never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And you know what that means. Yeah, here comes a Friday the 13th. Uh-oh. I'm not superstitious. But indeed, that's what we're working our way into. Time zone to time zone. 13th day of August. Yeah, quite a bit more action as far as Mother Nature's concerned tonight than we've seen much of this week. Really, it's right through the heart of the country. A lot of action stretching from Colorado. Heavy rains through parts of central Kansas. Other clusters of showers, thunderstorms. Central and south central Illinois, down into southeastern Missouri. Have some clusters of thunderstorms right in central portions of Ohio tonight. Yeah, there's one cell that just actually intensified here in the last 20, 30 minutes, prompting a severe thunderstorm warning. Delaware County, right there north of Columbus. A quarter-size hail. Yeah, let's see, moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. If you're on I-71, you're in the torrential rain. Severe thunderstorm warning between the 132 and 138 mile marker. Again, I-71 there in Ohio. On over further into the eastern portions of the country, several clusters of thunderstorms. Eastern Pennsylvania, there's a lot of rain from Scranton to Hazleton down to now just east of Harrisburg. You got a lot of rain. Allentown, you're going to see the rain moving in. A secondary line of showers and thunderstorms from State College to Altoona, from Altoona to Pittsburgh. Yeah, from all that entire region, some heavy rains. Some stronger thunderstorms down in just to the south and east of Uniontown, PA. Like I said, a lot of action tonight. Clusters of thunderstorms here, there, and everywhere. What that is a cooler, less humid air mass that is advancing to the southeast, clashing with all the hot, humid air that's in place. Severe thunderstorms will continue to erupt over the Midwest and the Northeast right on through our Friday. As has been the case nearly every afternoon this week, we have seen severe storms rolling through portions of the Midwest and the Northeast. Wednesday, at one point, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, more than 1 million were out of power in the Midwest. 850,000 in Michigan were in the dark. That line of storms we were watching progress through Michigan last night. Much of the eastern and southern states have also been sweltering in the August heat. The heat wave this week, the combination, the heat, the humidity, the sunshine, the light winds, making it feel like well above 100 degrees for a few hours each day in many of our major cities. Felt like 106 here in southwest Ohio this past day. They canceled the youngsters' football practice, just too hot to be out there. Don't want to run the risk of heat-related illnesses. Some daily record highs are forecast to be challenged there in the Northeast through the end of the week here. D.C. and Baltimore both close to record highs, 99 this past afternoon. Yeah, both of them fell short of records. Baltimore hit 98, D.C. hit 96. The records were 99 there. I apologize. There were a few records that did fall. Dulles International Airport, there in Chantilly, Virginia, just 26 miles from downtown D.C., reached the 100-degree mark, broke the old record of 98 there. LaGuardia tied the 2016 record of 98 degrees, which was also set back in 2002. Portions of the Midwest, the heat has not been quite as intense as it was along the mid-Atlantic and southern states, but heat indices climbing well into the 90s to near 100 degrees before thunderstorms developed. Now, in the wake of this approaching cool front, temperatures are forecast to be slashed 10 to 20 degrees on average. And we'll notice a big drop in the humidity to bring more comfortable conditions for millions of people. The cooler air forecast to spread over much of the Midwest into the end of the week here. It then arrives across portions of the Central Plains, the Ohio Valley, and much of the Northeast over the weekend. So we'll be talking highs, upper 80s, 90s, even near 100, like we've seen from much of this week. Those are going to be swapped out with highs in the 70s and 80s for the most part. Nighttime lows are projected to dip into the 40s over parts of the upper Midwest. Central and northern Appalachians will be in the lower 60s over the Ohio Valley, upper 60s around the Chesapeake Bay this weekend. So yeah, big time cool-off coming in. The change is going to come at a cost, though, with rounds of severe weather. High winds triggered by severe weather led to widespread power outages this past day. More than 400 incidents of high winds or wind damage reported by the Storm Prediction Center. A 53-year-old in Washington County, Pennsylvania, killed when a tree fell on his vehicle during a thunderstorm Wednesday afternoon. According to WPIX, a passenger was taken to the hospital with injuries. 4 reports of tornadoes in the Midwest, with at least one confirmed by the National Weather Service near Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Thursday, at least 6 were hospitalized after a lightning strike at Orchard Beach in the Bronx, according to the FDNY. Children and teenagers among those that were injured there. Injuries ranged from minor to some life-threatening. Another injury reported in Ohio, a tree coming down on a vehicle in Madison County. While Wisconsin and much of Michigan are expected to be in the clear for the rest of the week, the storms may hit with a vengeance along a 1,300-mile swath stretching from southeastern Kansas and northeastern Oklahoma all the way up into Vermont and New Hampshire. Within that zone, thunderstorms will be popping with winds 40 to 60 miles per hour common. Gusts may approach 80 miles per hour in some of these stronger severe storms. We're going to be watching these even through the overnight hours tonight. As I mentioned, that cell just to the north of Columbus, you had a cluster of showers and thunderstorms move through several hours ago. And this new storm just developing, even at this late hour tonight. All right, winds easily bringing down large tree limbs, knocking down power lines, some minor property damage. Out there in your high-profile vehicles, truck drivers may face dangerous travel conditions. Winds will be high enough where these gusts blow across the highways to possibly flip high-profile vehicles. Obviously, sudden poor visibility with these torrential downpours, another danger. Flash flooding will be a concern. Cannot rule out the possibility of a few isolated tornadoes. All right, the potential for at least gusty storms will exist again this afternoon and evening, stretching from central Oklahoma all the way up to coastal Maine, a corridor stretching across more than 1,500 miles. In this zone today, storms at the local level may pulse enough to become severe. Strong winds, torrential downpours for a brief time. The forward motion of the leading edge of the cooler, less humid air is forecast to slow and actually stall over the weekend. From the southern plains to the interior south and along parts of the lower mid-Atlantic coast. Now, where that front stalls out eventually, the reduction in humidity levels will be more gradual. You may not notice much reduction in humidity at all. That stalled front then sets a zone for repeating showers and thunderstorms through the weekend and well into next week. There is a complicating factor next week, and that will be moisture from Fred, which is forecast to roll across the southeastern states, bringing heavy rain. Now, the proximity of that front and the tropical moisture could unleash some excessive rainfall amounts, raising the risk of flooding across the southern Appalachians, the central Appalachians, and maybe even closer to the Atlantic coast as we progress through next week. Very difficult to forecast right now because as far as Fred is concerned, a lot of different possibilities in the offing. Fred emerged from Hispaniola, now a rather poorly organized tropical depression Thursday morning. Forecasters say the system could eventually regain tropical storm force, possibly even hurricane force, as it churns up the eastern Gulf of Mexico, threatening to make 2 U.S. landfalls. Both of those would occur in Florida. Damaging winds, coastal flooding likely to result from Fred. They're most concerned about the threat of excessive rainfall and flooding over the Florida peninsula as this storm possibly slows down significantly over the southeastern U.S. That is what they are predicting. People need to remain vigilant about this system. It's likely to make a comeback prior to reaching the U.S. this weekend. Again, AccuWeather said there's a good chance for 2 landfalls, the first in the Florida Keys early Saturday, the second likely over northern Florida by early next week. Now, this past evening, Fred was about 165 miles east of Camagüey, Cuba. Maximum sustained winds at 35 miles per hour, down from 45 a day earlier. Moving west-northwest at about 7 miles per hour. Now, due to the slow nature of the depression, NOAA and the Air Force Reserve were able to investigate Fred on board a Hurricane Hunter aircraft this past evening. Tropical storm watches are now in effect from the Florida Keys, from Ocean Reef to the Dry Tortugas, and parts of southwest Florida. Despite Fred's downgrade to a tropical depression, it is anticipated to be traveling across water as it passes Cuba. Due to the close proximity to land, strengthening will be a very slow process, But heavy rains and gusty winds are forecast to spread across Florida this weekend and the southeastern U.S. mainland into the later portions of the weekend into early next week. The risk will exist for waterspouts and tornadoes to spin up. Exactly how much strengthening occurs north of Cuba and later in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, that's the uncertainty right now. There's the potential for the Florida Keys and the Gulf Coast of Florida to be affected by a strong tropical storm starting this weekend. Now, they're talking the water temperatures in like the Florida Straits running between 86 and 90 degrees. I mean, hot water that will feed this system. There will be some wind shear that may inhibit intensification, but that element could actually help strengthen Fred. Yeah, we've seen that in past hurricanes. We talked about Michael and Hermine. Hermine was back in 2016, Michael in 2018. Now, it's possible that heavy rain and flooding may sweep northward across much of Florida as strong winds out of the west and southwest will push moisture well to the east of Fred's center this weekend. Forecasters are learning, or rather leaning, for the center of Fred to track northward while just off the Gulf Coast of the Florida Peninsula, behaving very similar to what we saw with Elsa back in June. All right, winds 40 to 60 miles per hour can arrive in the Keys as early as Friday night, could reach the southwest coast of Florida early Saturday. So making preparations for Fred there in the Florida Peninsula. All right, good to have you with us. Rolling up on 14 past the hour. Who all we got checking in here? Let's see. Hello to Colton. Yes, he was anxious to get on. He said, thank you, Steve, for the swag and the banner. It came yesterday. All right, Colton. Well, you know what? You need to thank Chris Gabrelchik. And Chris, he took that information down. I gave him your dad's phone number, of course, and I think he had Chad or Kyle. I'm not sure who handled it, but enjoy that. Wear it with pride, right? I'm guessing they sent you Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirt, hat, that kind of stuff. Hello to Monty Python this morning. Yogi Bear checking in, rolling across Iowa, headed to Sweet Home, Alabama. Chris with us, Gilligan online this morning. Hello to Hank. Pigpen, hello, Steve, rolling through Chelsea, Michigan. Cloudy, 74 degrees. Richard checking in from Central Florida, 81 degrees there. Hello to Steve and everyone out there. One Crazy Ray on board, West Michigan checking in. Happy Friday. Hello to Kimberly. Kimberly is what we call her. That's Kim King. Good to have you with us, Kim. Tank checking in. Happy Friday. 86 degrees here in Arkansas tonight. About 400 miles from the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a great weekend. I guess Tank's going to be with us most of the night then, right? 400 miles to go. Brett says big showers in St. Louis. Let's see here. Mary Ann's morning, Steve. Hope you had a great day. Prayers still going out for Moose. That's from Timothy. Yeah, thank you so much. Copy in the mail. There you go. Chevy guy. Cap and Ron is with us. The Michigan man on board. Hello from Michigan. There's old Fly Rod. Morning, everybody. Balmy 77 degrees here in Cartersville, Georgia tonight. I'll be rolling all night tonight. All right, we'll do our best to keep you company there, Fly Rod. Lynn, hello from Ridgeway, Virginia, home of Martinville Speedway. Dave, you got Evansville, Jasper, Indiana run tonight. Heidi Ho, Steve Areno. All right, good to have you with us, Dave. Let's see. Monty Python says, Steve, I've been in the dark in Westland, Michigan since Wednesday afternoon. And they're telling us we may not get power back till Sunday. Wow. I guess the good news is it's cooled off a little bit, right? But that's a rather lengthy. You must have had some really big-time damage with some of those straight-line winds. All right, with that, looking at 17 past the hour, let me jump up here. Let me get right to him here. Is that Moose?
No, it's Big Ed.
Well, hello, Big Ed. It says Moose. I guess you were calling to talk about Moose. Is that it?
Right, that's correct. Hell, I called last night and you left me on hold.
Really?
So anybody that says I'm one of your favorite callers, they're a damn liar.
Well, what was it toward the end? I think we had like 3 calls still hanging when did we run out of time? Was that when you called, or?
Yeah, and I was getting sleepy. I'll just try again tonight. I think he was busy. I talked to Moose today, and he asked me to ask you if you would clarify he does not have a 7-year-old daughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, it's him and his wife that just passed. They did not have no kids. They had went together for 12 years, and then he'd been married for 6 years. But, he's got 2 sons that I know from a previous marriage, and so he does not have a 7-year-old daughter. He said he don't know where that come from.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think always moving was heard it from somewhere,
Yep.
She didn't mean nothing bad by it. And he wants to thank everybody for the prayers and the condolences, and naturally for what he's going through. It's pretty tough, And like I told him, it'll take a while to get it all sorted out, and not to rush. And it's a tragic thing. And then, like he said, she hadn't been sick. She just sat there on the couch and went to sleep. So. Most definitely, he knows he's got my prayers.
Yeah, I don't know. That's almost got to be the hardest part. I mean, in your case, I mean, you dealt with your spouse, and you knew, for years of fighting for life, but you knew the time was coming. You had time to prepare and say goodbye. Can't imagine just waking up on an evening and it's like boom, out of the
right.
Blue sky.
And that's what I tell people. There's no easy way to lose a spiritual soulmate, whether it's the male or the female. It's just, there is no easy way. No 2 people grieve the same and not get to say goodbye, and that will, I'm sure, haunt him for quite some time, and should have done this different, should have done that different. And where I was able, by God's blessing, to get prepared for it, Even losing Stormy as a friend, it just, some cases are unexpected, and it just, your sister-in-law went through that stage with her husband, and it's just devastating for the individual that's left behind. And but like I told him, and it's like always Moving said, just give it time. That old saying, things get a little easier when you understand. And it's trying to put it all together in your mind and your heart, and it will get easier. You won't ever forget it, but it will get easier,
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm at in my life. Matter of fact, my attorneys called today, and when Linda was in a coma at the hospital at OU, I had kept a personal journal of each day describing to her what was going on. And that way, when she come out of the coma, I could have notes that she can reflect back on it. Because she lost 30 days of her life, that she didn't have no clue what was going on. So I've got to go down and pick them up tomorrow. And I'm sure it will be interesting reading for me to go back and revisit that time and point in my life. And he did want to ask if you would, if anybody wants to donate something to some animal sanctuary that's on the her obituary.
I've got the info here.
It's
yes,
not required.
I'm going to pass that on.
Yeah. Right. He asked if you would pass that on, Steve, and he said, like I said, it's not required. And but at the same time, it's heartfelt. It's most I appreciate it. I know this, Steve. When I lost Glenda, the outpouring of condolences and even the flowers that were sent went a long way in helping me, seriously. And it just, hey, people that just knew through the radio, like Pappy was saying last night, your show, it's like a special family. Yeah, we may have political differences, but you feel for the people that you get to know, even though you don't know them, you know them over the show, and it's like a separate family. And so, like I say, my time when I went through that, those donations, those flowers, those expressions of condolences, it went a long way. Serious. And I'm sure others can get on there and testify to that fact.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I want to do. Moose asked me to call you, and I'm fulfilling his wish. And
absolutely.
I've been home all week. My truck's in the shop, and no better place to break down than to be at home. And so that's what. Hopefully, I'll get back out there next week.
There you go. Better than being 1,000 miles from nowhere. Absolutely. All right. I've got the obit here. I did share that with, I think Eskimo Mom. Several had shared it, obviously. And I saw where Eskimo Mom had posted, and I shared from that here with about an hour ago. So if you want to go check that out, I'll give you the information. A quick 2-minute timeout as we roll into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has in front cushion tilt and high or low profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, for those who'd like the info, maybe grab your crayon, pen, or pencil. I'll share with you the funeral home information and the name of where they're requesting, if you want to make a donation to the animal clinic, but just a portion from the obituary from the funeral home this past day. Sherry Lee Brown, 46 years old, of Troy, passed away Wednesday, August 11. Born August 9 of 1975. See, she just celebrated a birthday. It's just 1975 in Springfield to Noah Denny Reisinger and Linda Reisinger. Skip down to a graduate of Tecumseh High School, received an Associate of Science and Associate of Arts degree from Clark State Community College where she also excelled on their basketball team. She was passionate about horses and horseback riding, a member of the Ohio Horsemen's Council, also an advisor for the 00 Riders 4-H Club, president of the Clark County 4-H Horse Committee, board member of the Ohio Equine and Agricultural Association, worked as a practice manager for the North Maine Animal Clinic in Clayton. Along with horses, she loved to camp and collect antiques, flea market, and attend auctions. Funeral service will be Monday, August 16th, 6 p.m. at the Fisher Cheney Funeral Home in Troy, Ohio. Visitation 4 to 6 p.m. at the funeral home prior to the service. Donations in Sherry's honor may be made to the North Maine Animal Clinic. All right, so there you go. Have to maybe look up an address for that. Graveside service will be held at a later date. Let's see, again, visitation August 16. The Fisher Cheney Funeral Home. The address there is 1124 West Main Street, Troy, Ohio, 45373. Okay. So there you go. A Big Moose, wife going through a tough time right now. The Moose, no doubt about it. All right, so let me see here. We'll get back to the calls coming up here. Let's see, did we lose the Red Mule? That's 2 nights in a row, Red Mule. I had you coming up here, I guess. Maybe he's in a zone where he has a hard time keeping a cell. But, we'll get back to your calls ahead here. Jolly Green, Horse Feathers, Monkey Gouger, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In Afghanistan, the U.S. Embassy there is urging Americans to leave as soon as possible now that the Taliban has taken control of the city of Kandahar. They predict the city of Kabul will be next. State Department spokesman Ned Price.
We are always evaluating the situation on the ground. We are planning for all contingencies. This was a contingency, in fact, that we had planned for.
3,000 U.S. troops are heading back to Afghanistan to help Americans and allies get out of the city and to secure their airport. Tropical Depression Fred is expected to gain strength back to a tropical storm by Saturday. The National Hurricane Center said there's only a slight chance it could make it to a Category 1 hurricane. They said they expect the storm to move onto the Florida Panhandle by Sunday night. The biggest impacts are expected to be flooding and poor beach conditions. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Let me see here. Got an email from Scooter a few minutes ago. Said, Steve, that storm in Delaware County there in Ohio must be a good one. It's crazy. I can see the intense lightning from Bowling Green. Yeah, I guess that's why I guess that's why it is a severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, indeed. See what else we got. Flip over here. Yeah, out west they've got flooding issues again, and even some severe weather way out in the southwest. Flip over to the National Weather Service office there in Las Vegas. Mojave County, this is for northwest Arizona, and Clark County in southern Nevada. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Expect damage to roofs and trees. So, Henderson, Boulder City, Las Vegas Bay, Lake Las Vegas, Boulder Beach, Las Vegas Bay Campground. That's just what you need. Severe weather at the campground. Flooding, you got to watch these torrential rains cause big-time flash flooding in those regions of the country. That's why we do have, indeed, flash flood warnings. Right there, Mojave County, northwest Arizona. Radar indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Between a half and 1 inch of rain has fallen, will continue to spread south and west with time. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. May impact Peach Springs, Buck, and Doe Road. All right, so another from the email bag here. The Hobbler had checked in earlier. Couple of things that sets Big Moose apart from everybody else. I listen to your show daily via podcast. You know, Big Moose is always helping others and expects nothing in return. He calls a spade, usually with a bit of humor. I really enjoy listening to him, Lone Ranger. I wish you'd have Lone Ranger in the studio once in a while. I wish Big Moose only the best. And like I said, I'm sure he appreciates all the condolences and prayers. James checking in from Woodstock, Georgia. Very humid, 75 degrees. A lot of lightning just south of here toward Atlanta. Yeah, you've got some storms there in just to the west of Atlanta, and most of the action moving from south to north, due north at this hour. The storms there in West Georgia. Happy Friday from Fuzzy this morning, leaving Branson, Missouri, headed towards St. Louis. Stormy, 86 degrees at 11 o'clock Central Time, midnight Eastern. How's your friend that lost his wife? Well, that's Big Moose. I guess doing as well as could be expected, right? I haven't dialed. I've got his number, but I figured at a time like this, I don't know how many people have called him, but I can only imagine he probably doesn't want to talk a whole lot. I would think, but happy Friday to all from Eskimo Mom. Happy anniversary to you and the princess. Our DC just north of Dayton had a nasty storm earlier, knocked over some porta-johns thanks to the strong winds. Hey, who gets to clean up that smelly mess? Right now, 76 degrees and cloudy. Earlier, the princess was sitting at the dining room table, and I went over and I said, stand up. I said, why? I said, because I'm asking you to. No, because I'm telling you to. She said, oh, yeah? I put my arms around her, gave her a hug, and I said, if you could turn back the clock 38 years ago tonight, would you marry me tomorrow? She said, no. And then she laughed and said, yes, I would. Okay. She said, who told you? Who reminded you? Did Myra tell you? I told her she better not. I said, honey, I've been talking about it all week. I knew the 13th was our anniversary. All right. So, happy anniversary, honey. I don't know if she's in the home 20 listening or not. Maybe. From our Indy fan this morning, Steve, I don't like to say it, but summer is rounding third and headed for home. Yeah, you're right. Morning, Steve, from Mr. Q. Listening in there. Let's see. Buckeye Boy checking in from Vega, Texas. 72 degrees. Very humid. I did see a couple of those Perseids last night. That was cool. And when I stop tonight, I hope maybe I'll see a few more. It may be too cloudy, though. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. You know, all said and done, all the times I stepped out, and every time I stopped, I'm looking up toward the stars, looking toward the heavens. All said and done, I saw one Perseid, and it was just one of those really fast blink of an eye. I didn't see any of the fireballs. Just happy Friday, Steve, and all the drivers out there from Jay this morning. It's clear 75 here in Nashville. Perfect day to be trucking through Tennessee. Justin says, have a great show. Pappy's checking in this morning. Peace, love, and tranquility. Thumbs up. All right. Mark says, I'm still waiting for Publishers Clearinghouse to show up at my place. Well, I hope they do. Good luck with that, right? Millions of people are waiting for the same, right? Hello to Hillbilly Tex checking in this morning. Good to have you with us. Lauren Weiss. Lauren, shout out to the Monkey Gouger, two-time world champion and bull hauler. There you go. Thank you, Lauren. Good to have you with us. Eskimo Mom said that funeral home, Steve, that you were mentioning, that funeral home is in Troy, Ohio. That's I-75, exit 74, which would be Ohio 41. Go east into town. The funeral home's on the right, about a mile or so from I-75. So that's good info. Thank you, Eskimo Mom. All right, let's get back to the calls here. 18 before the hour as we roll into the early hours of a Friday. TGIF. Would that be the Jolly Green Giant checking in this morning?
Good morning, Steve. I want to say good morning to all the Steve Summer cartoon characters. And I also got a secret to tell everybody. Gilligan's got him a new girlfriend. Yeah, Darlene at some truck stop in West Virginia. Well, wait a minute. I wasn't supposed to tell anybody. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, what can I say? I also wanted to say, man, my heart still is bleeding for Big Moose and his family, and I'm praying for him and his family. I also want to say that I wanted to talk a little bit about. I remember before Trump, the election in November, and I want you to hear this, Steve. I was getting emails from the Democratic Party me to vote in the mail or how do you, one of those home ballots.
Mm-hmm. Mail-in ballot.
And I emailed them back and said, I will never do that under a million years. But I wasn't getting just one email. I was getting several from the Democratic Party. I kept telling them I am a Republican. But let me remind you and the audience, I didn't get a single email from the Republican Party encouraging me to do an online or an in-mail ballot. Not one. So there had to be something going on back then, last November or before November. There had to be something going on because I actually was getting those emails. That's a fact. So I wanted to share that with the audience, and I just wanted to say that we're still trying to get the Joe with the unnamed man, trying to get him to call in. Well, maybe we can get him to call in, maybe tonight. So either way, I just want to say hello. I'm right near Terre Haute, heading toward Effingham. So either way, I'll be talking to some of the cartoon characters later in the morning. So everybody have a good night.
All right. Good to hear from you there. Thank you so much, Jolly Green Giant. Oh, how about that? So the princess I just scrolled down so I could do my nightly share of the live feed from YouTube. And the princess is listening. Oh, how about that? She said, happy anniversary, honey. And yes, absolutely, I would do it again. I love you. All right. Thank you, honey. Let me see what's going on with Horse Feathers this morning.
Morning, Your Honor. So, yeah, I was going to start out there by saying happy anniversary. Make sure you remember. But you seem to have that base pretty well covered here at the midnight hour anyway.
You can do the old Fred Flintstone version of sing it, happy anniversary, happy anniversary. You remember that when they kept singing it over and over and over again? Yeah.
Yeah. We probably don't need to lose all your listenership. I do a good enough job just losing one or two a night as it is. We don't need to get rid of all of them at one time, do we? So, but anyway, so no, happy anniversary there. Congratulations on all that. Yeah, like you're saying there, still thinking about Big Moose there, George, and I hope he realizes, I got his number in here if he needs anything that I could do for any reason. He's welcome to call 24/7 or 25/8 or whatever he needs to do. I don't know. It's a 7.5 hour drive, but somehow we'll pull it off if we need to. So, whatever needs to be done, whatever if he needs something, don't ever hesitate to call, because I know he's helped us, you said, a lot of people, and, it does it out of the goodness of his heart. Look at old Possum Breath. Look at, what we listened to with him and Possum Breath here for the last few months there, and finding that car and, getting it and everything. And so I don't know, it's kind of an amazing guy. And the only thing he had to do, with Sherry there was, every time he brought a new vehicle home, he had to buy her a horse. So, I don't know how many horses there's out there right now, but I imagine there's quite a few of them to go with everything else they got there. So, but horses are amazing animals, Steve. I don't know if you know that. They're kind of mystical. So,
yeah.
I mean, you can go out and talk to a horse and learn a lot. So, I don't know. Besides Mr. Ed, but anyways, so I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. We didn't catch a whole lot of news. So we did have some storms coming through, and actually just right here coming up at the midnight hour there, just when we started, there was a pretty good cell that went through southern PA here, south of York, Harrisburg area. So it was a big light show, and roads were good and wet. But if you get down to the Maryland state line and that, it all had not made it that far south, was heading east at a pretty good rate of clip there. But I guess today's the last day, but we did have some 100-degree temperatures up around us, up even north and west of Baltimore. There was a couple of the suburbs that made it up 101, 102. And so I guess today's kind of another repeat. And then we get a reprieve, gives a chance of rain Saturday, but Sunday, Monday's supposed to be good. But then I don't know if they're predicting because of the storm, down there. What is that, Fred?
Fred,
I don't know if they're predicting because of Fred coming up. But they got rain in the forecast for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday already. But as I told my wife, when she gets up in the morning and watches the weather, that's all subject to change. So we'll see where all that goes and ends up at. But other than that, not a whole lot of different going on. Just out here, I guess it's Happy Friday, and we'll plug through and see if we can get through this and finish our week up tomorrow. So, but other than that, you have yourself a fine rest of the show and weekend, and we'll chat at you later. We'll be 10-7 on the side. Now, we'll 10-10 now. We'll go 10-7 later.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Horse Feathers. Let me see. Zooming in on some of our other areas, showers, thunderstorms. So you've got really light to moderate rain, some pockets of heavier rain from Springfield to now just east of St. Louis over to Mount Vernon, Illinois, to Carbondale. You get into the stronger, heavier thunderstorms along the leading edge, which stretches from right about Cape Girardeau all the way down through southeastern portions of Missouri. Now, there's one cluster that's already pushed through West Plains, Missouri, heading towards Poplar Bluff, and then more showers from Rolla to Lebanon to Springfield, Missouri as well. Another cluster of thunderstorms, boy, some heavy rain along the Kansas-Missouri line there, along I-70 from, let's see here, Kansas City, then also down I-35, about from Kansas City, about halfway to Emporia, Kansas. Then you get back into western Kansas. Let's see. Boy, a lot of rain in western and central Kansas from Salina to Hutchinson. Rains, thunderstorms, all the way back to Hayes. If I zoom in a little bit here further, let's see. Let's just say it's a very soggy night. Some of these areas, we're talking heavy-duty downpours with some of these thunderstorms. Going to have to slow it down. Get a quick 2-minute timeout here. Back to your calls. Couple available lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellaraelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, I presume Kyle made the flight to Texas this past day because action gets underway later this morning, Friday, Saturday. Racing action in Enos, Texas, the Texas Motorplex. Of course, we're talking the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series, the Texas Truck Jam, getting underway today. After wrapping up in Colorado last weekend, this new diesel drag series. It heads down to the great state of Texas for the Texas Truck Jam. We've been talking about it all week. That's a big two-day event, largest event in all of Texas. Drag racing, dyno competition, show and shine, the vendor midway. Drag racing today, Friday, will include the Pro Limited, 8.0 index classes, followed by Cash Days heads-up style drag racing under the lights Friday night. Start at 10 p.m. The old school flashlight start for the Outlaw Run What You Brung and full-size street classes. Saturday brings out the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series racers with all the various classes. This is a event that's as big as Texas. You don't want to miss it. There's also racing action on the slate in Oklahoma this weekend. As a matter of fact, same time today and Saturday, Friday and Saturday. Now, this would be the Thunder Valley Raceway Park in Noble, Oklahoma. They call it the World Series of No Prep Drag Racing. A bunch of classes with a bunch of money up for grabs. Classes include the big tire, $15,000 up for grabs. The small tire, $15,000. True Street, $10,000. Daily driver, $3,000 up for grabs. The truck/SUV, another $3,000. Now they've also got a motorcycle class as well. Now, Hot Shot Secret will be sponsoring the live feed of all the action there via Flow Racing. Go to flowracing.com or check your phone app or smart TV for Flow Racing. You do have to have a subscription, by the way, for Flow Racing. If I'm trying to remember, I think they had the options when I got the subscription. I think it was like maybe $15 for a 1 month or a monthly subscription, or you can pay up front for a full year for, I think it was $150, something like that. So, yeah, but you don't have to buy a full year. So some of these, various online subscription things won't even let you buy monthly. You got to buy a whole year or nothing. All right, let me see here. Back to the phones we go. Hello, Monkey Gouger. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday, Steve, and happy anniversary to you and the princess, and my condolences to Mooch and his family. Before I get started tonight, we've been talking about rationing fuel and stuff like that. There is TA Sparks in Nevada, 60 gallons of diesel due to market supply. TA Mill City, Arizona, I-10 exit 151, 60 gallons per purchase due to market supply. Loves in North Platte, Nebraska is out of fuel.
Really?
So I thought I'd just pass that on real quick. It just come across the wire here. Steve, have you heard that new Arnold Schwarzenegger commercial?
I have not, no.
Well, I still can't believe I heard what that idiot said from another country. they got him speaking about, oh, you need to go get the shot. You need to get vaccinated, and it's for the good of the country, and blah, 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 blah. And at the end of it, he says, screw your freedom. Now, what the hell is he up to?
That's a good question, Monkey Gouger. I mean, why is he in this country?
That is what I'm wanting to know. Ain't he from Austria?
Austria, that is correct, yes.
Yeah, so what is he over here telling us to screw our freedom? The man ain't never done that but leech off the American system, you know. Had a smoking hot wife start banging the housekeeper, and, you know, she dumped his ass. He's a real poster child for somebody to get up and tell me, screw my freedom. I heard it on Fox News tonight. It was on Laura, not whatever the girl's name is. Laura Ingraham.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And Steve, I tell you, that thing run my blood pressure up through the roof when I heard that. I mean, compounding what else is already going on tonight. This has been a hell of a day, buddy. Riding along, just cruising along there, you know, going to get about 700 miles in the night, being good to make my delivery for Saturday, and talking to Gronk. Boom, yeah! Blowed out a brand spanking new tire. I'm talking about brand spanking new tire. It still got the tits on it. I just picked the trailer up last night.
Wow.
55 miles from the closest place and got a 4-hour wait time.
Did you hit something, or did it just blow out? Was it a bad tire, bad manufacturer job or something?
Well, from the way it looks, it blowed out in the middle. It like I say, man, when it blowed out, it shook the whole truck. Grump said, what was that? I said, I'd blow the damn tire out. And I said, I'm in the middle of nowhere. So I'm over here in Arkansas, exit 117, entertaining the wild out, the deer out here walking around, the coon trying to get in the truck and everything else, you know. So, Smokey Bear come by and he said, sir, said, you can't be parking on the ramp. And I said, yes, sir, I know, but I said, I can't go nowhere. He said, well, you got mechanical problem? I said, yes, I do. And he said, well, what is it? I said, I blow the tire out. He said, well, you the one let that big gator back there on the shoulder. I said, no. I said, I ain't guilty of that one. I said, this and here, I said, it didn't leave a gator. It just blowed the middle out of it. He said, oh, okay. He said, well, I'll check back on you in a couple hours. I said, well, they're coming out of Little Rock. Said it'd be about a 4-hour delay. He said, if you have any trouble, you need anything, real nice Arkansas Highway Patrolman. I mean, just top-notch officer. He gave me his cell number, and he said, hey, look, if you want a drink or something, he said, I'm out here all night. Just come on through and, you know, call me, and I'll get you a drink and bring it out to you. If you want a sandwich, I'll run into town, get you a McDonald's. He said, I just need something to do. It's been a boring night. But anyway. That's my night.
All right, Monkey Gouger. Well, that's not the way you wanted to start your night, is it? But yeah, I think he just what did he jump over to speakerphone or something? I said, hey, that's right there. We got to get our top of the hour news update though. Close out hour number 1, a Friday morning. Hour number 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In Afghanistan, the U.S. Embassy there is urging Americans to leave as soon as possible now that the Taliban has taken control of the city of Kandahar. They predict the city of Kabul will be next. State Department spokesman Ned Price.
We are always evaluating the situation on the ground. We are planning for all contingencies. This was a contingency, in fact, that we had planned for.
3,000 U.S. troops are heading back to Afghanistan to help Americans and allies get out of the city and to secure their airport. Tropical Depression Fred is expected to gain strength back to a tropical storm by Saturday. The National Hurricane Center said there's only a slight chance it could make it to a Category 1 hurricane. They said they expect the storm to move onto the Florida Panhandle by Sunday night. The biggest impacts are expected to be flooding and poor beach conditions. This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply don't like it, right now is a great time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the typical health insurance plan. That's double. So you get a massive network of providers to choose from. You get telehealth services, and MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for more than 25 years, shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. Here's why now really is the time to make the switch, too. You can start saving each month, which is huge, but right now, they'll waive your joining fee. So you'll save another $170 right off the bat. But again, it's a limited time offer. You got to call now. And it only takes 2 minutes to find out how much you'd save by switching. Here's the number, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
Next week, the Bureau of Reclamation is expected to limit states' water from the Colorado River. USA's Lance Pry reports.
Drought and high demand are expected to force the first ever mandatory cuts to water supply that 40 million people across the Colorado River depend on. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's project next week will spare cities and tribes, but hit Arizona farmers hard. Pinal County, Arizona's top producer of cotton, barley, and livestock, says they will be hit very hard. Arizona is expected to lose 512,000 acre-feet of water. Nevada will lose 21,000 acre-feet, and Mexico will lose 80,000 acre-feet of water. An acre-foot is enough water to supply 1 to 2 households for a year. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Britney Spears' father said in a court filing that he's planning to step down from the conservatorship that has controlled her life. Jamie Spears filed the legal documents. He said he'll step down after some lingering issues are resolved. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Federal authorities have charged a self-proclaimed follower of the QAnon conspiracy theory with murder for the brutal deaths of his 2 young children in Mexico. Prosecutors charged Matthew Taylor Coleman of Santa Barbara with foreign murder of U.S. nationals for killing his 2-year-old son and 10-month-old daughter. According to the criminal complaint, he stabbed them in the chest with a spear fishing gun in Rosarito, Baja California. He told the FBI that he killed his young children because they were going to grow into monsters. He told the FBI he was a believer of QAnon and was receiving visions that revealed his wife possessed serpent DNA and had passed it on to their children. Coleman's wife initially contacted the authorities on Saturday, saying the family was planning to go on a fishing trip, but instead her husband left in their Mercedes with their 2 children. The next day, she used the Find My iPhone application on her smartphone and contacted the FBI, saying they were in Rosarito. A police officer in Rosarito had found the bodies of the 2 children lying in a ditch. Coleman was arrested as he tried to re-enter the United States. The FBI asked him if he knew what he did was wrong. He stated that he knew it was wrong, but it was the only course of action that would save the world. QAnon conspiracy believers think the world is controlled by a group of pedophiles and that former President Donald Trump will bring them to justice. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, back on a Friday, TGIF. Hope you've had a good week. Friday the 13th, here it is. All right, yep. Preparations underway throughout Florida, awaiting the arrival of Fred. 6th named storm of the Atlantic season. Downgraded to a depression Wednesday night. Anticipation is it's going to gradually re-strengthen. Tropical storm, ultimately a strong tropical storm approaching maybe Category 1 hurricane status. That's all up in the air right now. Of course, they're saying with the COVID Delta variant spreading rampantly through Florida, vaccination rates lagging in the state of Florida, White House officials are strongly urging residents get vaccinated to ensure you'll be protected in the event of possible evacuations. They go through some of the numbers, the cases there in Florida, hospital rooms filling up. The Red Cross said in a statement that COVID-19 has not changed their mission to provide support and ensure people have a safe place to stay during a possible disaster. They have pre-positioned shelter and relief supplies in advance of the storm and has volunteers ready to help people in need. In coordination with local officials, the Red Cross is planning to open 9 hurricane evacuation shelters in advance of Fred. All right, let's see. Outside of the complications presented by the pandemic, dangers imposed by Fred's potential strength cannot be forgotten either. Emergency officials in Miami are operating on level 3, which means they're keeping a close eye on forecast, holding frequent calls with the National Hurricane Center. For many in South Florida, this certainly is not their first rodeo when it comes to dealing with the tropical threat. The director of emergency management for Miami-Dade County says this is both a blessing and a curse. People get a little blasé, not paying much attention, and say, well, I'm not going to put up the shutters this time. I'm tired of bringing in the lawn furniture, all that routine. Then it hits the Florida Straits and hits the hot water. All of a sudden, that tropical storm is cranking up. Water temperatures Thursday off the Miami coast as Fred neared, ranging from 86 to 90 degrees. They don't expect any mass evacuations, or really not a whole lot of damage for that matter. At the beaches in Miami, swimmers and visitors yesterday treated just like another day in paradise. One group of recent high school graduates who said they're not letting Fred disrupt any of their plans. We're trying to make it fun. I've been making this fun the whole time. We haven't slept for 24 hours, said another. To complicate matters a bit more, this coming weekend, in August, is a common time for students to move into the dorms or apartments at colleges, like Florida State University in Tallahassee, University of South Florida in Tampa, Eastern Florida State College in Brevard County. Eastern Florida State announced yesterday that classes will start for the fall semester on Monday. Still planning to start on schedule. Their decision was influenced by the storm's forecast track that takes it into the Gulf of Mexico over the weekend, and then barreling right toward the Florida Panhandle by Monday morning, at which point it would be well north of them. Now, both Florida State and South Florida will also be starting the move-in process this weekend. Florida State from today through Sunday, August the 22nd. South Florida's beginning on Sunday, the 15th. Yeah, neither university responded to request for comments from AccuWeather. Florida International University in Miami shared in a Thursday statement that officials are actively monitoring the latest forecast from the Hurricane Center. Too early to determine if the storm's going to impact our region, but we are still in the forecast cone. If the storm heads our way, we could experience heavy rain and some wind Friday evening and Saturday. So this would be a good time to make sure you and your family have several days of supplies and medicine on hand and those sorts of things. Now, even if the Miami area escapes the worst of Fred this weekend, folks throughout southern Florida are still going to need to pay attention because there is another tropical threat that's already brewing in the Atlantic in Fred's wake that they're watching this past day. We've got an update on that we'll share with you coming up in a bit. If you weren't with us last evening, we did get some good news out of Colorado after being shut down for 3 weeks. I-70 in Glenwood Canyon, Colorado, is going to partially reopen this weekend, Saturday, according to the governor's announcement this week. Sometime Saturday afternoon. Clearing and ultimately reopening the corridor is our top transportation priority. A vital role in our economy and many Colorados traveling to get to work, school, and their homes along the western slope. Crews have made tremendous progress in cleaning up, removing tons of mud and debris. Now, according to the news release on Wednesday, there's a lot of work that needs to be done leading up to Saturday. Crews must complete material removal at mile marker 123.5. In the meantime, you're still having to take I-80 through Wyoming for the truck drivers if you're trying to cross Colorado on I-70. All right, so this weekend things may be improving there. That's good news. Meanwhile, let's get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Hello, Ron.
Morning, Captain. Morning, Mr. Sommers.
What's going on?
Happy Friday the 13th.
Yes.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
I think Monkey Gouger's problem is just because it's Friday the 13th. What do you think?
Maybe. Yeah, you might be onto something. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, I don't know about this situation with Florida with these vaccines, but I heard it was dumb to get the vaccine last week.
You heard
I
it?
talked to my doctors, and yeah, I heard it was dumb to get vaccinated.
So what did your doctor say?
Well, I talked it over with my doctor, and I got the shots.
Okay, all right. That's what I was going to say. I don't know of any. I don't know of any doctors. Mostly the practitioners and whatnot that are advising against it.
Yeah, and I had the mumps and measles when I was young. Did you ever have them? I think I got them after being vaccinated back in the day, and when I had the mumps, I ended up looking like that Big Ed on 90 Day Fiance.
Yeah, I think I had the chicken pox. I don't think I had the measles or mumps, but I did have the chicken pox.
Well, and I had the chicken pox and talked to my doctor, and I did another thing. I got a shot for the shingles.
Mm-hmm.
So, was it last year that you forgot your anniversary or year before, and there was a fella called Prime Minister?
Yes.
That called? I thought I had to bring that up.
Yes, I think I can't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago, but I do. Yes, I clearly recall that morning.
Yeah, I don't remember which one it was, but my wife works at a assisted living facility, and they started doing mandatory testing on them for COVID, and five of the staff members showed up positive today. 3 of them are really sick, and the other 2 didn't have any symptoms at all.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the ones that were vaccinated.
Ah, okay.
So I don't know. I think it reminds you of that anti-minister.
How can we forget him?
All right. Well, have a good weekend. I'll be listening in.
Thank you, Captain Ron. Be safe out there, and thanks for being a part of the program. Hello to Bidu checking in this morning. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Big Moose, I'm truly sorry for your family's loss. We're here for you in some way or another. Brian says, happy anniversary, Steve and the princess. Chevy guy, good call, Big Ed. Yeah, always moving, said Moose is going to have to walk that path alone. Yeah, I got to think having friends with you that walk that path may help. You know, only thing I have is Big Moose, you're living my biggest nightmare. Hugs to all my trucking family out there. Yeah, Kim says, happy anniversary. I can't believe it's already that time again. Me either. Happy anniversary, Steve, and the much better half. Ha ha. Thank you, Pigpen. Yeah, he said, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Gerald says, I didn't hear a few made a comment last night. I sent you one about the pilot, and the other pilot's going to close down to widen the road there. US 78, Memphis, Tennessee. All right, I'll see if I can go back and find that. Timothy said, I wonder if Fred might be able to make some headway in getting that red tide dispersed. You know, I imagine if it takes that path, it might actually kind of churn things up and dissipate some of that. They could only hope that that would be the case. Who else? Anybody else here? Alan says, happy anniversary, you two, and thanks for the hot shot secret. Other than a 100,000-mile tune-up, it screams Fergie. All right, 19 past the hour. Let's get our quick 2-minute time out in here, and we'll get back to your calls. Want to jump on board? Here is a Friday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here if I get this story printed up. Yeah, the latest on this $3.5 trillion spending bill that they're trying to push through. I mean, we pretty much saw the handwriting on the wall with this. You know, they had this bipartisan infrastructure package and trying to capitalize on. They had some momentum as far as being bipartisan. 19 Republicans voted for it, right? And of course, now it goes to Nancy Pelosi. And as we anticipated, sounds like she's not going to even allow a vote on that measure until she gets her $3.5 trillion other package. Then you've got Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kristen Sinema of Arizona, who are both apparently speaking out against spending another $3.5 trillion. Now, the bill that just passed, the infrastructure package, the $1.2 trillion, they just added another $2,900 per household to the national debt, which already costs each household, every household in this country, $220,000. Now, they say West Virginia and Arizona voters, I'm sure, would be excited about massive investments in electric vehicle charging stations and green energy production, substantial funds toward mass transit, which really only benefits the large urban areas. The bill also enables an anti-car agenda funding traffic calming programs, also paving the way for a per-mile tax. Now, this $3.5 trillion budget blueprint the Democrats intend to pass is full of projects, pet projects, free community college, universal pre-kindergarten, climate justice. Chuck Schumer answering questions about the cost, saying Democrats would address it through wealth and corporate taxes. Now, last month, Kristen Sinema said the price tag is way too high. I've made clear that while I support beginning this process, I do not support a bill that costs $3.5 trillion. In the coming months, I'll work in good faith to develop this legislation with my colleagues and the administration to strengthen Arizona's economy. But Manchin clarified his stance Wednesday of this week. He said, early this morning, I voted yes on a procedural vote to move forward on the reconciliation process because I believe it's important to discuss the fiscal policy of this country, the future. However, I have serious concerns about the grave consequences facing West Virginians and every American family if Congress decides to spend another $3.5 trillion. I mean, over the past year, Congress has injected more than $5 trillion of stimulus into the American economy, more than any time since World War II, responding to the pandemic. The challenge we now face is different. Millions of jobs remain unfilled. Rising inflation rates are now an unavoidable tax on the wages and income of everyone. There are not indications of an economy that requires trillions of dollars of additional spending. adding trillions of dollars more to nearly $29 trillion of national debt without consideration of the negative effects on our children and grandchildren is one of those decisions that's become far too easy in Washington. It is simply irresponsible to continue spending at levels more suited to respond to a Great Depression or a Great Recession, not an economy that's on the verge of overheating. Now, obviously, Republicans unanimously oppose this budget reconciliation effort. Manchin and Sinema voted for the budget resolution blueprint, but Democrats will have to have both of their votes to get this legislation through eventually. Neither of these two seem willing to support a spending blowout. See, that's what they say. If they try to make cuts in the negotiations, Pelosi is not going to vote on the infrastructure package unless the entire $3.5 trillion passes. And even if she has a change of heart, there are only there's only 3 votes to spare in the House. Members of the Progressive Caucus, like AOC, are saying the $3.5 trillion isn't even enough. So some of them potentially could vote against. I don't see AOC going against it because it ain't big enough. They're going to take whatever the hell they can get. And then if they can get that $3.5 trillion, they'll just, find another way to spend some more. All right, let's get back to our calls here this morning. Rolling into a Friday, I think Raymond is checking in here. Good morning, Raymond.
It's Demon.
Oh, it's Demon. What's going on, Demon?
Another day in paradise, man. But a happy anniversary. I had a night like old monkey geyser had it. And I left the house, got about 50 miles to the house, and I blew a damn tire out. Sit there and I had to wait till the next morning. They couldn't get the guy to answer the phone.
Really?
And I was sitting in the tire place, and thinking, I had to wait till 7:30. They said, well, you can go on up to the TA. They'll take care of you at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, well, I'm not going to live up there that, another 20-some miles. I'll just sit here, maybe I'll get it done earlier, and I did, but second, the guy on call decided he didn't want to answer the phone that night. And, of course, being out in the middle of damn nowhere, But I'm way over here at Ohio unloading. Go back to the house. Talking to Dan a while ago. You talking about a tree blowed over in Madison County. I was talking to him. That's where he lives. And he said, he said that storm come through with a vengeance earlier. But he didn't say anything about any damage then. But I had talked to him since. But
yeah, when I stepped out this evening, the driveway was wet. But we must have just got a very light rain or just a little sprinkle because the yard, which is bone dry, was the dirt wasn't even hardly damp, so we got missed out on that round.
Yeah, I tell you, I know we need the rain and everything, but it's that time of year with them pop-up storms. Never know what they're going to produce. They said a word a while ago when I was in bed. The truck started rocking and. It started raining pretty good, but, of course, I don't like to drive during the day, and then the evening when it usually starts up like that, but, I just going to call and check in. My condolences to Big Moose. I don't know him, but it's just like everybody says, it's kind of like a family here, you get to listen to everybody on the radio. You get a chance to meet some, some you don't. Just hear them and kind of need a truck show so we can kind of all put some faces to names, Maybe maybe, 2030 or something like that, we'll get a truck show.
You
With all
think?
these new variants coming out. Yeah. But, it amazes me. Okay, now they're past the Delta variant. Now they're working to the Lambda variant. We're going to run out of names.
Yeah, and they
like
got
we do with the hurricanes.
what they say was the Delta Plus now that they found in South Korea or something. I don't know. It's just this is going to be a never-ending game.
That's exactly what it is. I just wonder when the flu virus will come back. I'm kind of anxious to get the flu just to see if you actually get it. But, anyway. Okay, well, I much to say. Like I said, y'all have a happy anniversary and make her take you to B-dubs instead of roosters.
Okay. I don't know if that'll go over, but thank you, Demon. Have a good morning. All right, news break time here, a little behind. We'll be back in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In Afghanistan, the U.S. Embassy there is urging Americans to leave as soon as possible now that the Taliban has taken control of the city of Kandahar. They predict the city of Kabul will be next. State Department spokesman Ned Price.
We are always evaluating the situation on the ground. We are planning for all contingencies. This was a contingency, in fact, that we had planned for.
3,000 U.S. troops are heading back to Afghanistan to help Americans and allies get out of the city and to secure their airport. Tropical Depression Fred is expected to gain strength back to a tropical storm by Saturday. The National Hurricane Center said there's only a slight chance it could make it to a Category 1 hurricane. They said they expect the storm to move onto the Florida Panhandle by Sunday night. The biggest impacts are expected to be flooding and poor beach conditions. This is USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Use an EDT on
my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So what was it, about a week ago, we had New York City first to announce mandatory vaccines to go and dine indoors, bars, restaurants, gyms, things like that, theater productions, which is big business in New York. San Francisco, California, set to become the first major American city to require patrons to show proof of full vaccination in order to participate in a wide selection of indoor activities. We know for our city to bounce back, we need to use the best method we have to fight COVID, and that is vaccines. According to the mayor, many businesses are already leading the way, requiring proof of vaccination for their business customers because they care about the health of their employees, their customers, and the city. Today's announcement is really about making sure people feel a little more safe in our city. But more importantly, what we're seeing now with the virus is very challenging, a great concern to me. All right. Only patrons looking to eat or drink inside a bar or restaurant would be required to show proof of vaccination. Now this is New York they went to. Their requirement. I'm not sure what all it's going to be in San Francisco, but the headline says first major U.S. city to mandate full vaccine for many, many indoor activities. All right, who's next up on the line here? Let's see what's going on with Eagle this morning. How things going in Texas, Eagle?
Yeah. I want to talk about something right quick, Steve. I noticed when I was on hold, but before I get to the situation in Texas, and I got something to say about Chicago too. But you know something, Steve? I just noticed something. We're getting more and more sanctions. You basically took the words right out of my mouth. I wasn't going to talk about San Francisco, but this is this is for all the NFL fans out there that watches NFL football. I just looked at my phone a few minutes ago while I was on hold, and the New Orleans Saints, they said, you can probably look it up during your break. They said that they are going to require everybody that attends their game to have a proof of vaccination, or either vaccination within 72 hours, or you will not be allowed inside of the stadium. I've never heard of a sports team in this deal telling people that you will not be able to enter a stadium unless you have been vaccinated. Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard anything like that, Steve?
It's just beginning, Eagle. It's we've been saying it for months. It's gonna be everything, everywhere. They're just face the fact.
Yeah. I just read that on my phone. I was shocked when I seen that. That's the first I've heard of any NFL team or sports team requiring a proof of vaccination to enter a stadium. But like you said, Steve, New York City is doing it, the going gyms, and I heard that San Francisco, I heard that on the radio when I was driving today, that they are requiring a vaccination voucher to enter certain establishments. So we're definitely going, like I said, you talked about it last week, Steve. We're going into a new era now. And like I say, you're not going to have no choice but to get the vaccine, or you're going to have somebody do all the shopping for you, have somebody go to the restaurants and pick up your food, because you won't be able to do it if you're not vaccinated, because they're going to make it very difficult on individuals that are not vaccinated. It's obvious what's happening right now. But let me say this right quick, Steve. I want to make one quick note about Chicago, because before I speak to you about what's happening with the corona in Texas. Steve, over the weekend in Chicago, over 50 to 60 individuals were gunned down in Chicago. And among those people was a female police officer who had just had a baby. The baby is only 1 month old. She was gunned down by some thugs or gangsters or whatever you want to call them, shot in the back of her head. Her partner was shot 3 times in the head, and how he survived, I don't know. But the police officers in Chicago, they did something that they should have done a long time ago. But I'm getting tired of talking about Lori Lightfoot. Why she still has a job, I don't know. But they turned their back on her when she went to the podium to talk about the incident. The officers turned their back on her as a show of disrespect, because she doesn't deserve any respect, Steve. This woman here is nothing but a one-man gang of destruction in the city of Chicago. The whole city is out of control. And why the uppers, why they can't get rid of her the same way they got rid of Cuomo, I can't figure it out. But like I said, she is a total failure in the city of Chicago. People don't even respect the police in Chicago no more, Steve. It's bad enough they gunning down each other, and now they gunning down the police. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This was a woman that, like I said, she had a 1 month old baby, and now this baby is without a mother. And like I said, I always tell you when I talk about the police department, Steve, if I was a police officer, especially in Chicago, tomorrow morning, I would walk into the substation and turn in my uniform, gun, and everything else that they gave me, and move on to another line of work, because it's obvious that Lori Lightfoot doesn't have the police officers back, and I will refuse to work for somebody like that. Simple as that. Now, let me get on with the situation down here with Texas, Steve. I just left Texas today, back out on the road again, and the situation is in critical condition down here in Texas. Hospitals are full. If you wanted to get into an ICU room now in Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, Austin, all the major cities, you out of luck, my man. You ain't gonna get no ICU bed in Texas right now, because it's all full, brother. So we got a real bad situation going on right now, Steve. And like I said, it's not getting no better. But like I said, they trying to still play this game, blaming the unvaccinated people. They still, every time I turn the TV on here in Texas, that's all they showing is people need to be vaccinated. You're the reason why. But it's already been come to be found out, Steve, but that's not the problem. like I said, you know, when you get to Joe Biden, Steve, I looked at the news today, and like I told you the other night, I'm totally appalled at what I see going on the Texas border, Steve. It's ridiculous what's happening. You can watch the Sean Hannity show, and he'll show you video. The people have busted open the wall down in McAllen, Texas, Del Rio, Texas. They're just stepping through the wall, stepping right into the United States and making their way into the USA like they belong here, Steve. It's totally ridiculous. None of these people, I forgot what the number of people they found to be tested positive for the deadly coronavirus. Joe Biden, and I'll repeat myself one more time, Steve, because it really pisses me off when I hear somebody say that Joe Biden cares about the people in the United States of America. If he cared about the people in the United States of America, he would let somebody in this country with a deadly virus that could kill somebody, as far as I'm concerned. Because there is no reason for somebody to step into this country that like that, Steve. It's bad enough they coming in unauthorized, and then they're carrying a deadly virus, and Joe Biden is putting them on buses and planes and shipping them all over the country. This has to be stopped, Steve, because we're never going to get over this pandemic. What good, like I told you about 2 weeks ago, what good does it do for Joe Biden to tell American people to be vaccinated, and that when he's allowing people in the country that are unvaccinated? It doesn't add up. Mm-hmm. It only adds up to a bunch of people in the hospital in Florida, Mississippi, and Texas, where all these areas where these people have been shipped. There's not no coincidence that these are the hot spots for all the states that these people have been shipped to, Steve. And it's going to continue until Joe Biden shuts the border down. And you and I both know he's not going to do that. So I guess we're out of luck. And all we can hope for is that we can make it to 2024 and get a real president in the White House. Because right now we have nothing but a sock puppet in there of somebody that's being directed on what to do. And it's a total embarrassment, Steve. And I'm not going to even waste my time talking about Afghanistan. That's a total failure. He's made the United States look like those Taliban have taken over the whole country just about. And he has the nerve to say he's going to send 3,000 troops over there to Afghanistan. This guy here is a total embarrassment to the United States. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All I can figure they're doing in Afghanistan is avoiding a repeat of what occurred in what was it, Libya? When, of course, they pretty much had abandoned the ambassador there. They had the skeleton crew at the embassy. I have no idea how many Americans are in the embassy there in Kabul, but that is the concern at the pace, at the rate that the Taliban are taking over the major, one city after another. Kabul, they're saying, may fall in 30 days. And could you imagine what the Taliban would like to do with all the Americans in that embassy there? Yes, an absolute repeat of what occurred in Libya, dragging them through the streets and probably beheading them in the Kabul square. The idea is to get them out of there safely. But we got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Welcome back on a Friday. It's about 8 before the hour. And we'll get right back to the phones here. Good morning, always moving. Happy Friday.
Happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary. That's my
there you
little
go.
take from what I remember from the Flintstones.
From the Flintstones. Yeah, then you're supposed to take it up another octave and another octave and another, right?
Do you really want me to do that?
No.
I don't think so.
Thank you very much.
I don't think so. But to you and Princess both, that's fabulous. Congratulations. That's a long time. Not many people can say that nowadays. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And is she still a non-smoker?
Indeed, she is. Yes.
High praise to that woman. That is fabulous, especially when she's still married to someone that I believe you still smoke. So that's huge for her. So good for her. My kudos to her.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to try to I got a lot to cover tonight. I'm going to try to be brief here with it. The whole diploma thing out in Oregon has really bothered me all day while I was working outside. That governor and the legislators who voted for it, because she was not the only one. There were people who voted for that. She said that it was to help people of color. So what she's saying and what they are all saying is very, very racist in that you can't get a diploma as a person of color. You can't make it as a person of color. That just boggles my brain, because if we did that and said, for the Caucasians, we're going to do this, you would be a racist from one end, that would be it, hands down. And I also heard that there's somebody down in Georgia who is a black principal or school principal, has separated the black students from the white students. And these are little kids, little ones, because she says that it is injurious to the black children to be around the white children. Well, I believe that's called segregation, and that's outlawed. Isn't that right?
Last I checked,
that's something. Yeah, so I think that needs to be checked into. And so glad to hear that there is not a 7-year-old girl that lost her mom. That makes me happy. And I got to tell you, I'm surprised. I mean, I'm huge with the horse world and stuff, and listening to the obituary, I just feel like, wow, I think the world of Sherry that passed with all of her horse involvement. That's really awesome, and that's a tremendous loss, because she quite involved in it herself. But it also makes Big Moose that much more lovable in my heart. That if he bought a vehicle, he bought her a horse. So I'm my kind of guy. I like that. That's what I'm looking for. And then also stepped out this evening and had the coolest thing. It was like, to me, a trifecta of nighttime beauty. It was clear to the east, and you could see the stars. To the west, I could see the new crescent moon. Had a little haze over it, some clouds, but that's okay. that you could still see it all at the same time. And then to the south of the north was this tremendous light show going on with the lightning all up in the clouds.
Yep.
And, I'm standing there in my driveway looking at everything. I was headed over to my second job, and I'm like, wow, that is so cool. And then when I got to my second job, as I pulled in the driveway, the light show was just right there. And I was able on my cell phone to actually capture some really cool photos of it, because there's pine trees along the pasture fence. And I got the light behind it and the pine trees outlined. I got some really neat photos. And with a cell phone, I was really intrigued by that. But yeah, it was perfect timing when I pulled in the drive that I could see that happening. And then the border, gosh darn it, I don't hear anything on the news about it, so that must not really be happening. And then Chicago, darn, didn't see that in the news either about the policeman being shot. So that must not be for real. But we all have to have a vaccination because, that's very important. If a woman can kill a child in her own womb and say, my body, my choice, but we're not allowed to say, don't stick a needle in me. Yeah. Okay, I see the logic to that. So that makes a lot of sense. We need to bring that all front and center. And I was trying to find out on the Mike Lindell thing online, nothing but disparaging, trying to ridicule the man, putting him down. What a joke, blah, blah, blah. And it's another reason not to trust the media, trust anything that's happening there. So just a whole lot of things happening, going on all over the place. And but hey, it's your anniversary, so that's cool. What you got going on? Any questions for me?
I think we're actually supposed to get together with some neighbors, friends this evening, and I don't know, we're going to play some games or whatever, and have a cold beer and just have a good time. But no big dinner plans or anything. I don't know if she expects me to take her out for a steak dinner or not. I mean, after all these years, it's just another year. What the hell?
The dinner's no big deal, but what you did when you asked her to stand up and then you gave her the hug, those are the things that women love. Those little tiny special touches like that. Taking her out for dinner, yeah, you can do that anytime, which, by the way, I consider an extra, so I don't have to worry about going to New York to go out to dinner. That's just not going to happen and have to show a vaccine. But I'm just saying that, what at least in my perspective and in all the women I run around with, it's the little things that the guys do that makes them happy. And what you did with that made her very, very happy. And that would show that you were thinking about it. It wasn't, it wasn't, I want to say, typical or, stupid looking.
So
guys tend to do so.
I did a good thing. In other words, she did have a big smile on her face.
Yeah.
She really had a big smile. So
that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. And she'll thank you for it. So thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Hello to everybody. And we'll talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
Good to hear from you. Always moving. Hey, we're up to news update, top of the hour at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In Afghanistan, the U.S. Embassy there is urging Americans to leave as soon as possible now that the Taliban has taken control of the city of Kandahar. They predict the city of Kabul will be next. State Department spokesman Ned Price.
We are always evaluating the situation on the ground. We are planning for all contingencies. This was a contingency, in fact, that we had planned for.
3,000 U.S. troops are heading back to Afghanistan to help Americans and allies get out of the city and to secure their airport. Tropical Depression Fred is expected to gain strength back to a tropical storm by Saturday. The National Hurricane Center said there's only a slight chance it could make it to a Category 1 hurricane. They said they expect the storm to move onto the Florida Panhandle by Sunday night. The biggest impacts are expected to be flooding and poor beach conditions. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Next week, the Bureau of Reclamation is expected to limit states' water from the Colorado River. USA's Lance Pry reports.
Drought and high demand are expected to force the first ever mandatory cuts to water supply that 40 million people across the Colorado River depend on. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's project next week will spare cities and tribes, but hit Arizona farmers hard. Pinal County, Arizona's top producer of cotton, barley, and livestock, says they will be hit very hard. Arizona is expected to lose 512,000 acre-feet of water. Nevada will lose 21,000 acre-feet, and Mexico will lose 80,000 acre-feet of water. An acre-foot is enough water to supply 1 to 2 households for a year. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Britney Spears' father said in a court filing that he's planning to step down from the conservatorship that has controlled her life. Jamie Spears filed the legal documents. He said he'll step down after some lingering issues are resolved. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo's in the house.
Federal authorities have charged a self-proclaimed follower of the QAnon conspiracy theory with murder for the brutal deaths of his 2 young children in Mexico. Prosecutors charged Matthew Taylor Coleman of Santa Barbara with foreign murder of U.S. nationals for killing his 2-year-old son and 10-month-old daughter. According to the criminal complaint, he stabbed them in the chest with a spear fishing gun in Rosarito, Baja California. He told the FBI that he killed his young children because they were going to grow into monsters. He told the FBI he was a believer of QAnon and was receiving visions that revealed his wife possessed serpent DNA and had passed it on to their children. Coleman's wife initially contacted the authorities on Saturday, saying the family was planning to go on a fishing trip, but instead her husband left in their Mercedes with their 2 children. The next day, she used the Find My iPhone application on her smartphone and contacted the FBI, saying they were in Rosarito. A police officer in Rosarito had found the bodies of the 2 children lying in a ditch. Coleman was arrested as he tried to re-enter the United States. The FBI asked him if he knew what he did was wrong. He stated that he knew it was wrong, but it was the only course of action that would save the world. QAnon conspiracy believers think the world is controlled by a group of pedophiles and that former President Donald Trump will bring them to justice. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, back at it here on a Friday. Getting ready for the weekend. Who would have ever thought? Shared the story last evening where the Biden administration pleading with OPEC Plus to increase production. You know, gas prices are going through the roof. What are we going to do? We need more oil. Texas Governor Abbott responds. He said, Hey there, we've got some oil here in Texas. Would you like some? After the White House urged OPEC to pump more oil, Governor Abbott chiming in to tell President Biden, let Texas produce the oil. He sends out a tweet Thursday morning. Dear White House, Texas can do this. Our producers can easily produce the oil if your administration would just stay out of the way. Allow American workers, not OPEC, produce the oil that can reduce the price of gasoline. Don't make us dependent on foreign sources of energy. Abbott's tweet accompanied National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's statement asking OPEC to produce more oil. I shared that full statement last evening. So, of course, one of Biden's first moves, as I mentioned last evening as well, was canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, which President Trump had hailed as a way to maintain our energy independence that was achieved under his administration. Also, Biden stopped new drilling leases on federal land and water areas. The low supply has raised the cost of oil, resulting in the White House's request for more oil from OPEC. We saw the handwriting on the wall day number one of the administration, did we not? We said at the time, all this is going to do is lead the United States to depend once again on the likes of Saudi Arabia for foreign oil. And here it is. Hey, good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday, and congratulations on your anniversary there, Steve, to you and your bride. It's pretty awesome. But, Steve, that's how you kill a nation. Don't produce anything. Depend on other countries to produce your energy, produce your food. Depend on the government to give you handouts. That's how you destroy the middle class. And that's what they want to do. That's why the pipeline shut down. They don't want us producing anything. So that's what they're trying to do. Destroy the middle class of America because they hate us. See, this president, man, he's got to be the worst president ever in American history. There's no freaking doubt about it. I mean, the worst. Eagle was talking about Texas. I sent you an article that I was reading today and from PJ Media, which is a great site, man. They got so many great articles. But down in Laredo, Texas, these migrants are coming up from McAllen, Texas. They are so overwhelmed, Steve, with these illegals. They're shipping 800 a day to Houston and Austin. Most of them not being tested for COVID. The ones that have been tested for COVID, it's a 40% positive test rate. I mean, this is a super spreader event. And this moron, demented old bat that we have in the White House, he gets on television yesterday and he's criticizing Ron DeSantis and Abbott in Texas and calling these Democratic mayors who are standing up to these masks, making their citizens wear masks when the governors told them they're not going to implement a mask mandate. Joe Biden is calling these Democratic mayors heroes for standing up to these governors. I mean, does that make any sense to you, Steve?
How many did you say every day they're sending into Austin? And last I checked, I believe Austin is where the ICU rooms are full with COVID people. Is that correct?
Steve, they're sending 800 a day to Austin, Texas. 800 migrants a day. Steve, Austin, Texas used to be one of the most sought-after cities to live in America. One of the nicest places to live in America. Austin, Texas. That city, Steve, has become East Los Angeles. And I'm not kidding about that. I've seen story after story about the homeless population there. It's through the roof in downtown Austin. This is a city run by left-wing radical Democrats. The city council doesn't care about the homeless population in downtown Austin. These people are fed up that were on this documentary I was watching. They spent, to live in downtown Austin in a nice condo or, a high rise, it's big bucks. You got to have money to live in downtown Austin. It's very expensive. When you look out your window at the park, it's homeless camps, Steve. One after the other. Nothing but homeless people, needles all over the place, drug deals going on. And they also, Steve, defunded the police. So they're never going to get a handle on this. And now they're sending all these COVID positive testing illegal aliens into Houston and into Austin, Texas. And to me, that's what's causing this, Eagle was talking about the unvaccinated people. It's not the unvaccinated people. It's these migrants they're shipping all over the country. Mm-hmm. And not only that, Steve, we don't even know what kind of other diseases that they have.
Yep.
That I had mentioned a couple of weeks ago. TB, leprosy, malaria. I mean, who knows what jungle they came from? They've never had a vaccination for anything. But for Joe Biden to get on there and bash these Republican governors for not implementing mask mandates, Steve, these damn masks don't work. We know it. It's been proven scientifically. The only mask that might work is an N95. You can look up any scientific article about these masks. They do not work. I'll tell you, I had an incident yesterday morning, Steve, when I got off work. I had to go get an imaging test at the hospital. So I know in the hospital you have to wear a mask, and I will do it there. I'm in a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So I walk in the door, and they got this, college-age kid at the podium. And he's like, "Are you here for a procedure?" "Yes, I am." "Well, you need a mask." "Yes, sir. I do have a mask in my pocket. I'm going to put it on." So in the meantime, I start walking over to the glass enclosure where there's two girls sitting there to check me in. And this kid starts screaming at me, "You need to put a mask on. You need to put a mask." Steve, I went off on this kid. I went off on him. And I hated to do it. The whole lobby heard me, and I didn't care. When I went up to that counter, those ladies, I put my mask on. Those ladies were so nice to me. And I told them, I said, "You know what? You give anybody a little bit of power, and this is what happens." And that's the thing. It's all about power. It's about control. And you give someone power to implement a mask mandate or have some college-age kid at the door instructing people or demanding people to put a damn mask on, that's what happens. It goes to their head. It's just like a Barney Fife. You give them a badge and one bullet and a gun, all of a sudden they're going out there to arrest the world. But, and then that Lori Lightfoot, Steve, that's another racist reprobate that, the city of Chicago is just in dire need of change. And it's going to, I don't know I don't know who can change it or what's going to happen up there. But it's just absolutely disgusting what's going on. And I think it's all got to do with this defund movement. So I pray for all the men in blue out there, man. They are really in a battle. They are just, I think I said it the other night, they're in handcuffs.
Mm-hmm.
So Anyway, Steve, that's my rant for tonight. Hope you enjoy your weekend and enjoy your anniversary party tonight.
Thank you so much.
Have a good weekend.
Have a great weekend. You got it. I'm looking at 16 past the hour. I don't know how much traction this is going to. I mean, yeah, it's a flyer dated Friday, August 13th, under the heading "Empty the Class," not glass, but class, like schoolroom. In response to Governor Beshear's executive order mandating masks for Kentucky kids, parents across the state will be keeping their kids home to protest. 3 different paragraphs. Masks have not worked. Multiple studies have shown no difference in COVID rates in schools with or without masks. Number 2, children are at less risk. Studies have shown kids are less likely to contract and spread COVID. They also have less risk of poor outcomes. Number 3, parents should decide at the end of the day if you want your child to wear a mask at school or not. It should be your choice. It should not be a mandate. Yeah. For parents that want their children to wear a mask, absolutely. Yeah, little Susie, don't forget your mask. Put your mask on. Hey, I want you to wear this all day long. Or maybe the parent could say, the studies have shown it's not going to really make a difference. I know it's uncomfortable. And realistically, the medical community has, as we shared last evening, the research shows these children wearing masks, the masks are harboring all kinds of various harmful bacteria. Yeah, let the parents decide. I mean, hell, we're into the second school year of this now. Big Brother telling us what we can and cannot do with our children, no less. All right. I said, please share, spread the word. We have to advocate for our children and stand up to this overreach of power. And it is 18 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Just reading through some of the comments from our listening friends, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page. Thank you for tuning in there. Overwhelming majority of our listeners catch us on the iPhone or the Android app. That's where the big numbers are. But let's see, Dan says, I don't call in. I'm a better listener than talker, but happy anniversary, Steve. My deepest condolences to Big Moose. Yeah, always enjoy listening to what you have to say. Everyone have a safe night out there. That is the War Pig. That's his handle. George says, happy anniversary. Thank you very much. Brian, I guess some of these people are just conversing back and forth on the chat board. Hey, Kel, thanks for the dinner. See you next time. All right. Yeah, good to have you all with us. Billboard, checking in this morning, just a bit ago. Let's see there. Morning, Steve. 75 degrees here in Effingham, Illinois. Happy anniversary, you and the Miss Jolly Green Giant. Fred checking in. Good morning, Fred. Good morning, America. Coming to you from Southern Illinois. That's John Foschi with Foschi's Lawn Care Service. Southern Illinois checking in. All right, let's get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. What's going on this morning, Big Sexy?
I'm out here trying to run ahead of these storms. The wind is rough. Did I hear Always Moving say something about their Moose doesn't have a 7-year-old daughter? Or
Yes. Big Ed had called, and so somehow that Big Moose talked to Ed this past day, and he said, I don't know how that word got out there, but no, please clarify that we don't have a 7-year-old daughter. Moose had 2 boys from a previous wife, but he and Shelley, of course, together for 12 years. They don't have any children together. So
at least there's not a child involved here.
Right.
Bad enough. It's bad enough as it is. I hate it for Big Moose. Man, these things don't work. My sister's an RN. Back after the first year, she caught COVID. Her and her husband, both ended up in the hospital. She almost got put on a vent.
Wow.
She recovered. Afterwards, she got her vaccine. She called me tonight, positive again.
Really?
Does home health. She got it from a patient. So she's positive again. So this time around with the vaccine, it's not as, her symptoms aren't as bad. She's got a sore throat. And I forgot what else. I think she's got a fever. But the symptoms aren't near as bad as it was first time around.
Yeah, obviously, having had the virus already, she should have had natural immunity built up, and then the vaccine on top of that. Man, it's amazing that she actually contracted it again.
She's kind of like I am. She's got some underlying health problems too. She's diabetic, got some other problems. So that may have had something to do with it too.
Yeah.
Our mom, immune system's real weak. She catches pneumonia real easy. And I asked her, you ain't been around Mom, have you? She said, yeah, about a week ago. So we're going to have her tested to make sure she's okay. But it don't seem like it's going to be as bad this time around.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to wish you a happy anniversary. I know today's your anniversary. Wife going to make you take her out to eat or something?
Yeah, she's going to take me out to eat.
Sure, make you take it back to, what is it, Roosters?
Roosters. Yeah, Roosters. That's her favorite joint.
Is that where you were doing the dancing?
That's where I met the dancing trucker. Yes, it is.
And thanks for giving me all that information. I never laughed so hard as I did this morning on the after show or whatever you want to call it. I laughed so hard. I've never laughed that hard.
Well, there's some fun characters on there, aren't there?
Yeah, there he is. I was having trouble hearing me this morning. Do you have trouble hearing me now on this show, or?
No, we can hear you. It's just, it seems like there's we've got a delay issue to begin with everybody. Just seems a little more significant with your phone for some reason.
Oh, okay. I may try to get one of those headsets, see if that helps.
Okay.
But I guess that's all I can think of right now. If I think of anything else, I may try to call back in later.
All right. Hey, well, good to hear from you there, Big Sexy. He got on the little after show chat. I don't know. There was a whole bunch of people on there this morning. Monkey Goucher chiming in there. Jolly Green, Fly Rod, Chevy Guy, Heat Wave, Eskimo Mom, and on and on. It's I don't know. It's almost like being on a CB platform. Everybody just chiming in back and forth. Gilligan. Looking at 27 past the hour. Let's get to Chevy Guy. What's going on this morning?
Well, a whole lot. And Eagle, I want you to hear this. And I love you and respect you. I enjoy your calls, man. But you got to hear this. Thank you, Joe Biden, for getting us out of Afghanistan. 20 years. My grandson was over there under Donald Trump, and I constantly was calling in and complaining that he's over there, and I don't know why. He's over there protecting the guy on the left of him, the guy on the right of him. He's over there protecting the people around him in his unit. But having talks with him, the Afghanistan army were useless. They were training them. They couldn't trust them because if they went on patrol, they would not put them behind them because it could possibly turn around and shoot them in the back of the head. So they put them out front. And when the battle come along, they scattered. They went ahead and got right up. I mean, he's having to deal with some issues because they do those cameras on their helmets now. And he's got some kills. But he's having to deal, you kill people. It can affect you. And he's got issues. All right? We're talking 20 years of this stuff. How many more of our fellow Americans are hurt, maimed, and killed? And here we're finding out the true reality of it. Mm-hmm. As the Taliban takes a city, they're taking 12-year-olds on up, I think, to 20 some odd females for sex slaves, basically war prizes. Mm-hmm. Each city they take. Now, I told that to my wife, and my wife was appalled, because she listens to the mainline news. And she was appalled, and said, and very scoffful with it. And I said, honey, so all I had to do is look it up and show it to her. And I looked at her and I said, then this is the truth. All right, this very well could be propaganda from the Afghanistan government, hopefully trying to encourage their soldiers to quit dropping their American supplied equipment and running, because maybe they'll stand and fight if they find out their girlfriends, their sisters, and
daughters,
and their family, yes, are going to be sold into sex slavery. It very well could be propaganda, but either way, they're dropping their weapons and they're running. They don't even have it in them to defend their own women folk. So I'm sorry, Eagle. By the way, can you imagine what would have happened? Because Donald Trump wanted to do this. But can you imagine the stink that would be going on right now? All the news media would be behind every bed. They'd have people over there to, oh, my daughter was taken. My daughter was taken. You know what? I thank God Joe Biden's doing one good thing. Now, you won't hear me saying on anything else. But right now, we need to get our people out of there.
No.
Anybody that's still there, other than our military families, our diplomats, why in the world you're still over there? I mean, it was well stated we're leaving. If you're over there for Coca-Cola or for any other reason, it's greed. You're over there for greed. You're willing to put yourself on the line for a dollar bill of some kind. Well, you're over there for greed, man. So if you get caught up with the Taliban, you're on your own. But we need to get out of there. Period. Just 20 years is enough. And there's a couple other places over there.
I'm just thinking with the 3,000, that we're sending 3,000 back in to safely evacuate the rest that are there. I just, the Taliban's hearing that news. You think they're not going to be waiting to try to take out as many of those 3,000 as they can while they're there? I mean, how horrific would it be to lose more in a last-ditch effort just to get some people out of there? And I hope it doesn't happen. I hope they can all come back.
And why is it being publicized? You send them, and you don't tell nobody. You just send them. Get them over there. Get them out of the embassy. I assume that's what they're trying to do. Get them, destroy all the paperwork and destroy all the equipment that can be turned around and used against us. But, yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. So, no, you won't hear me. You won't hear me compliment Biden on anything, but on this one, at least it's on him. I'm giving credit to get our people out of there, and and please, it's just a fact that I think Gilligan said it. I talked to him. Hey, it's proof we did not learn our lesson with the Vietnam War. So let's quit. I've said this time and time again, and I've defended this man time and time again. No, Bush did not lie and people die, looking for weapons of mass destruction. We went in like a search warrant into a crack house to find weapons of mass destruction. We did not find weapons of mass destruction, but where Bush lied and people died is he promised we would not nation build. And that's exactly what we've been doing over there. Nation build. Because after Bush was gone, Obama increased the troops over there. It became Obama's war. And all we were over there for was to get bin Laden. And as soon as, by way, in Pakistan, and after we got bin Laden, we should have got out of there, period. So, Eagle, I disagree with you on this one thing. Keep up the fight on all the other stuff, but man, and we need our people out there. I'm hating to see what's going on, but their own menfolk throw their guns down and run, knowing that their womenfolk are going to be sacrificed to these people.
Yeah.
So if you can, it's 20 years,
Yeah.
Other than that,
I'm looking at an editorial cartoon. It's like I just came across this one. Let's see. Joe said, so many armchair soldiers are now complaining about our military, government operatives, billion-dollar defense contractors fleeing Afghanistan before the total overthrow by the Taliban, a hardline form of Sunni Islam. I say it's about time. Should have occurred decades ago, when the coalition of nations troops supported by the U.S. realized it was going to be a no-win situation. You do not truly win the hearts and minds of those people, no matter how much money you attempt to convert their way. You don't win wars with asinine rules of engagement. So quickly, some forgot that ill-faced lesson from the Vietnam War, where targets were listed as off limits by some bureaucrat thousands of miles safe away, safe at home. The editorial cartoon is the big billboard, the American flag, in other words, the United States rebuilding Afghanistan. Then you've got the locals in Afghanistan tearing apart the bricks and using those bricks that they were helping to build Afghanistan and throwing them at U.S. soldiers. You know, it's Russia spent 20 years there as well. Late for our break, news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is continuing to urge people to get vaccinated to fight the Delta variant of the coronavirus. He spoke out against politicians who are standing in the way of rules that say children should wear masks at school.
Trying to turn a public safety measure, that is children wearing masks in school so they can be safe, into a political dispute. And that this isn't about politics. This is about keeping our children safe.
The CDC says the daily average of new cases increased another 24% to 113,000 new cases a day. The U.S. Embassy is urging Americans to leave Afghanistan as soon as possible. 3,000 U.S. troops are heading back to Afghanistan to help Americans and allies get out of the city of Kabul. This is USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called in for $99. I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thanks so much, and welcome back. Under industry headlines, several stories from our friends at CDL Life here on a Friday. Indiana State Police say charges are pending against a man who took a car salesman for a ride against his will prior to a fiery crash into a semi-truck. That happened Wednesday afternoon, Hobart, Indiana. According to the State Patrol's news release, troopers about 4:30 in the afternoon got a call from a car salesman trapped inside a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed on 8094. The man reported that he was being held against his will in a 2009 Kia by a suspect during a test drive. It started at Bosco Family Motors dealership there in Hobart. While the salesman was still on the phone with 911, the Kia rear-ended a semi-truck at a high rate of speed, catching fire after the crash. The salesman was partially trapped inside, later pulled to safety by Good Samaritans. The driver of the Kia, later identified as 29-year-old Ladarian Gregory, was spotted walking away from the crash site. Now, the salesman was taken to the hospital for serious injuries. Gregory was taken to the hospital, then later released into police custody. The truck driver was not hurt. Investigation is ongoing, but how bizarre is that? All right, a portion of a North Carolina highway has been shut down while officials inspect the nature of a depression beneath the roadway. North Carolina DOT has closed both lanes of Interstate 26 eastbound at US 25 south near exit 54 this past day. North Carolina DOT spokesperson said engineers are inspecting the roadway and assessing the damage through a video exploration of utilities located under the roadway. No estimated time for reopening. Officials say the road will not be reopened until repairs have been completed and thoroughly inspected for safety. Through the assessment, officials have set up a temporary detour for 26 eastbound. You take exit 54, US 25 south, into South Carolina, then take South Carolina 11 east back to I-26. There you go. A couple of industry headlines here on a Friday. Meanwhile, back to your calls. And James. Good morning, James.
Yeah, it's Pocket Change. Good morning, Steve.
Hello, Pocket
Change. Happy Friday to you and anniversary. So, I got to ask you, have you ever had anybody switch your numbers up on the end, the last four? It dials up the Pink Flamingo Hotel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so might want to call it. Might have a place to go tonight, you know. I don't know how far it would be from your house, but, you might get lucky. But and then you was talking about, you was talking about that salesman, man. That brought back that commercial with Jeff Gordon in it, where he took that car salesman.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I hope the salesman's okay, but you was talking about that Kentucky governor up there. That Cyber Semporium. Mike Lindell was had going. It had that Kentucky race on there to where votes were switched from Blevins to Brashear. So that's kind of interesting you brought that up. And then, Biden with this oil, like Abbott was saying, we got the oil down here. I mean, what? I just scratch my head sometimes, and then you ask, where's Ted Cruz? Why ain't he stepping up? Why ain't these guys, just voicing, voicing their opinion on the sides of American worker, these senators and congressmen and all. Why are they being quiet? I don't know. It's just anyway. What I was calling about is about 2 weeks ago I got over the coronavirus, and I got a text yesterday from my brother-in-law, and he had taken the coronavirus shot, and he said he found a research on the vaccines and how harmful they are in our bodies. And he said that he did a research. I don't know if you heard of this doctor or not, but it's Byron Riddle. He said that he thought he might have made a mistake getting that that vaccine. And he said he's going to be spending a lot of time out in the sun. Well, I talked to him today. He checked positive for the virus, and he went out and bought a bunch of vitamins. And he explained to me. He said that what he found out was that a vaccine, when you get that shot in your shoulder, it's supposed to stay up there until you contact the virus, and then it releases into your body. He says, but with this coronavirus vaccine, it releases into your body before it detects the virus, before you even have it. So it's going around in your body, and you're more or less just carrying it around. You're a carrier of the virus. Is that?
I've not seen any research like that. I mean, typically, and vaccines, all that I'm familiar with, are typically like a dead version of whatever the virus would be, to teach your body to go after and fight that particular whatever it is, so that when the live version does enter your system, it immediately goes after it and attacks and kills it. Because it recognizes it. Yeah. That's kind of my understanding. The COVID vaccine is different when it comes to the mRNA thing. We've been through it many, many times, but I don't know. Everybody, do your own research. Make the call. I got about 11 before the hour. Hey, we got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. Flying by into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Friday, TGIF. The late Austin, Texas. That's what Eagle was talking about, Austin. And Steve, I hadn't seen that. They're bringing in 800 a day of these illegals, many of whom are COVID positive. Right? What did he say? That was like 40% positive rate. The update from earlier this week from the KVUE, I guess that's the ABC affiliate there in Austin, says there are only 2 ICU beds available in Austin area hospitals as of Monday night. According to Trauma Service Area O, which covers Austin, serves 2.3 million people across 11 counties. Austin Travis County Health Authority said ICU capacity dropped to its lowest point since the start of the pandemic, late Monday night. There were 551 COVID patients in Austin area hospitals Monday. Of those, 91 were in the ICU, 116 were on a ventilator. In a joint meeting with the Austin City Council and Travis County Commissioners Court, noting that ICU capacity in other Texas metropolitan areas is also low. Capacity is low. At this point, transfer between areas is difficult, if not impossible. Monday, there were 6 available ICU beds for the 3rd straight day, according to data from the Texas Department of State Health Services. COVID patients made up 43% of capacity. Walk said the city of Austin is a day behind on reporting bed availability. Across the state of Texas, 394 ICU beds available. Also the lowest number recorded since the start of the pandemic. ICU beds make up 6.8% of the more than 5,700 staffed beds in the state of Texas. All right, so 116 on ventilators. Yeah, this Delta strain is doing its thing, apparently, about 5 before the hour. Hey, good morning, Fly Rod. How the heck are you?
Well, I'm fine, Mr. Sommers. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
That's right. I said it. And greetings and salutations. This is a live phone call. This is not a pre-recorded message. Mr. Sommers, I am so proud of you because you have thwarted something that was close to being inevitable. Would you like me to tell you what it was?
I'm intrigued, yes. What is it?
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve, just between me, you, and the brick fence, don't put this out on the airwaves, but a few hours from now, you and Demon and Crisco Mom, we're going to be doing a duet with Lisa, your wife, of one of your favorite musicians of all time, Webb Pierce. I'm in the jailhouse now because you would have forgotten your anniversary, but you, sir, thwarted that, so congratulations. I'm clapping for you. Congratulations. Give yourself a pat on the back, sir. Yes, very well done.
Oh, what a relief it is. That would have been devastating. Webb in the jailhouse now.
That's right, your favorite musician of all time. So we won't have to have the karaoke version of that. But I do, look, the boys wanted me to ask you quickly. I know time's running out quickly. They do want to do a quick show and tell. Now, we did some research on you, and we understand that back in the day, back in high school, you were known as you were most likely voted most likely to start a riot. And on the other hand, Lisa was voted most likely to be in a rock and roll band. But here again, you have thwarted low expectations of you and your wife, Lisa, and now you two are like Batman and Robin, and Tonto and the Lone Ranger, Catwoman, and whoever else. You two have done it. You have reached the epitome of the top of the mountain. Congratulations, Steve.
Well, thank you very much, Fly Rod.
Absolutely. Now, to celebrate this spectacular event, is this, did you tell me this is 33 years?
38, my friend, 38.
Oh, 38. That's even better, even better. Well, we have recruited none other than our very own in-house chef, Charlie Green Giant. He is in the process right now of baking you a scrummy, delicious chocolate cicada cake for you and Lisa to dive into. And our very own Captain Ron is going to put a diorama on top of it. You know what a diorama is?
Diorama? No, you can make sure you clarify that.
Yeah, if Captain Ron's listening, it's not diarrhea. That'd be sick. That'd be pretty gross. A diorama. He's going to put a diorama of all the years of you and the radio stations and all the things you've done and all the things Lisa's done. It's going to be a beautiful cake. So bon appetit. So that'll be on your doorstep. So when you come out at 5 a.m. to do your smoke, make sure you take a peek where you take a step. You don't step on that cicada chocolate cake. That'd be a disaster.
Watch my step.
Yeah. On a more serious note, I don't have to, anyone else, the NFL, the NBA, all those other sports teams, they can go right at it, do whatever they want. They can mandate this, that, and the other. They can tell us you're going to pay these high-priced tickets to come in and watch these overpaid athletes do their thing, and you got to have a mask to do it or show proof of a vaccination. Hey, you just go right at it, Jack. I'll just sit at home and watch something else on TV or support something else. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. I don't have to buy any of their memorabilia, any of their sports related anything. I don't have to support it whatsoever. So I can choose to do something else. So those of you who want to spend money on that and support that kind of nonsense, you just have at it. God bless you. That's your business. But as for me, I will have nothing to do with that. So anyway, Steve, that's all I got. Time's running out. But seriously, happy anniversary, and I hope you and Lisa have a great weekend together.
Thank you so much. You have a great weekend as well there, Fly Rod. Yes, it is top of the hour news update time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is continuing to urge people to get vaccinated to fight the Delta variant of the coronavirus. He spoke out against politicians who are standing in the way of rules that say children should wear masks at school.
Trying to turn a public safety measure, that is, children wearing masks in school so they can be safe, into a political dispute. And that this isn't about politics. This is about keeping our children safe.
The CDC says the daily average of new cases increased another 24% to 113,000 new cases a day. The U.S. Embassy is urging Americans to leave Afghanistan as soon as possible. 3,000 U.S. troops are heading back to Afghanistan to help Americans and allies get out of the city of Kabul. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The people attempting to cross into the United States from Mexico skyrocketed last month, according to U.S. Custom and Border Protections. They said it was the highest monthly figure in 21 years. USA's Tim Berg has more.
U.S. border officials recorded more than 210,000 encounters with illegal immigrants crossing the southern border in July alone, a number not experienced in decades. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas made a trip to the U.S.-Mexico border on Thursday and is downplaying the July encounters number.
The situation at the border is one of the toughest challenges we face. We have seen surges in migration before. We've seen them in the past, and migration surges are not new.
Mayorkas also blaming the Trump administration for reducing aid to countries like Guatemala. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A St. Louis couple who pointed guns at Black Lives Matter protesters have been pardoned, and the former president is praising the governor who did it. USA Radio's Lance Pry reports.
President Trump on Wednesday congratulated Missouri Governor Mike Parson for pardoning the attorneys Mark and Patricia McCloskey. You might remember them, the St. Louis couple charged with Class C misdemeanors, wielded guns at a Black Lives Matter mob who broke into their gated community. Missouri Democrat Congresswoman Cori Bush on CNN.
There are pardons that we have been asking for, pardons that actually should happen in Missouri, and that was not one. I will not stand by and allow him or our governor to hurt the very people that are doing the work that they should be doing.
Mark McCloskey on Fox News.
Well, you know, she also said, I think my day will come. I think she made a direct threat. But, you know, if she thinks she can intimidate us, then she's mistaken.
Mark McCloskey also announced a Senate run.
We made a vow that 4th of July morning to just put our lives on hold and do everything we can for the rest of our lives to save this country.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Supreme Court has declined to block Indiana University's requirement that all students receive the COVID-19 vaccine before attending classes in the fall semester. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who handles emergency matters from Indiana, unilaterally issued the ruling denying the request by 8 Indiana students to block the vaccine requirement. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about these showers, thunderstorms that are continuing through the overnight hours. And I'm looking at the radar here. Again, northeast and eastern Kansas. Wow, I mean, it's been raining for hours, and there's more where that came from. As these torrential rains continue to train over the same areas. From Emporia to Ottawa to Kansas City, especially between like Topeka and Atchison. Just looking at the breakdown from the National Weather Service office there in Pleasant Hill. And you got several counties there in northeastern Kansas. Here about 5 before the top of the hour, radar indicated several rounds of thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Anywhere from 3 to as much as 7 inches of rain has already fallen across the warning area. Additional rain is expected to move into the area over the next 1 to 2 hours. So currently, flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. There you go. Flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, other drainage and low-lying areas. Turn around, don't drown. So they got Wyandotte, Leavenworth, Johnson counties. They're at northeast and east central Kansas. Yeah, the rain's just very slow-moving thunderstorms that continue to press through that area. Not really seeing a lot of like severe thunderstorm warnings. It's just the heavy rains now that continue to fall. It's our flood warning out of the Memphis area. Eastern Arkansas, flooding rains there. Thunderstorms producing heavy rain. 1.5 to 3 inches have already fallen. So, yeah, that's the concern. Some of these areas with the torrential rains as we head into a Friday. Meanwhile, back to the calls, and would that be Alberto? Well,
no, it's Gilligan.
Alberto.
It's Gilligan.
I hear you.
Alberto. Oh, boy, that call screener must really, really hate me. I don't know. I don't give it. Well, I heard my name about 3 or 4 times in the last hour and a half last night. I must have been on hold to Big Ed last night because there was 3 people left, and I was one of them. So I figured I'd better call. I keep on hearing my name called out.
There you go. All right.
Yeah. I tell you, that deal with that couple out there in St. Louis, there in Missouri. You know, I don't know how many people realize this, but when they pulled their guns on that mob that crashed through the gate and all that, these people were threatening to rape and kill the wife and murder and just kill him. I mean, what was they supposed to do? And that's just how our justice system is totally out of control. This mob, I don't think anything happened to the ones that busted in there and was threatening them. As far as I know, there's been no arrest of them.
Nope.
Yeah, it's totally out of control. Yeah. Well, I heard the deal Chevy guy talking about the deal with Afghanistan. And I'll say this again, this whole deal with the embassy over there. You know, I heard Chevy guy bring up Libya, but I don't remember it happening live as a kid. Saigon fell in 75. I was 8 years old. I remember seeing the film, you know, the helicopters lifting off off the roof of the embassy. This North Vietnamese soldier was taking it over. I'm sure you remember that footage. You know, I agree with Chevy Guy. We shouldn't have advertised we were sending men in there, you know, try to get those people out. But I'm with him too. People in there trying to still make a buck. Afghanistan is falling apart, obviously. The Taliban is taking back over. These countries have been at war within for thousands of years. I mean, it's weird how, you know, people say, well, it's the Muslims. It's the Muslims. Well, the Muslims are warring with each other. You know, it's the Shiites and the Sunnis. They hate each other. Not only that they hate, you know, the radicals. I'm not saying all. Don't get me wrong. I've known some Muslims. I don't know what sect they was. But the radicals, they feel as though their form of Islam is the true form of Islam, and they're willing to kill other Muslims because they don't follow their form of Islam. The Kurds is a very minority group of Islam. I don't get it. Unfortunately, you know, I'm a God-fearing man. I believe that, you know, as the Bible says, there'll be wars and rumors of wars up till the end, you know. So, but, well, that's about all I got for tonight. Glad you got to talk to me, Steve.
All right.
Have a good night.
Thanks for checking in there, Gilligan. Or Alberto, should I say. Thanks for checking in, Alberto. Let me see. Mike Lindell. Yeah, the symposium is wrapped up, right? Now if you go to frankspeech.com, all the various links are there to catch what was divulged over the 3-day symposium. And apparently Lindell said he was actually attacked at his hotel the other night. I guess that would have been Wednesday. The national correspondent of Newsmax tweeted Thursday, Mike Lindell says he was attacked at his hotel in Sioux Falls last night. I'm okay, but it hurts, he said. I just want everyone to know all the evil that's out there, Lindell says. Lindell was visibly distressed, according to The Independent, as he explained that he had been targeted near the elevators of his hotel and that the home of another symposium participant had been raided and all its electronic devices taken. We are never quitting, he said, till we get the truth. He said, we got the truth. We just got to get it out there. The unnamed symposium participant's home was raided at about 10:30 Wednesday night. He had 4 children at home, and he didn't do anything, Lindell added. We have people that Intel has found are bad, bad people. As I found out yesterday by the elevator, this is where our country is gone. You take away the free speech, so they go after me. And they're going, well, we try and crush his company and take everything from him. Then they go after me physically. All right. Like I said, the symposium is over. I guess the next step is supposed to be taking these packets, this information to the U.S. Supreme Court. If they were to take the case up, which I think Steve may be right, they probably won't even take the case, right? Yeah, meanwhile, the lawsuit, the Dominion lawsuit suing Lindell, as well as Rudy Giuliani and several others, I guess the judge ordered this past day that the lawsuits will proceed. They had requested the judge to just throw the lawsuits out. But, yeah, well, if Lindell goes through the process of discovery with the lawsuit in the courts, yeah, that may be a way of forcing this information to ultimately go to the Supreme Court. This could come back and fly right into the face of the likes of Dominion. I hope it does. All right, several lines available at 844-844-3388. All right, let's see. I'm not sure who we got on the line.
Hey, it's Philip. How you doing, bud?
Hello, Philip.
Hey, I was just looking at the radar at that stuff out in Kansas, man. That looks pretty ugly, man. That's a lot of rain going over there by KC.
Heavy duty, yes.
Yeah, and if you look at the radar down here, we're starting to get some stuff off of Fred that's around Fort Lauderdale, like say from Palm Beach down towards Miami. There's a bunch of stuff down there.
Yep.
Keep an eye out, Steve. Yesterday, Fred looked like it was nothing, and it's starting to grow again. When it gets closer to the Keys, it looks like it's going to get a little bit bigger, but watch that one behind Fred. It's going a little bit different track than Fred is. That one there looks like it could turn into something ugly. I was looking at the models earlier, and if you look at the GFS model, it shows it turning into something pretty big up there in the Atlantic and possibly going up towards the Carolinas. So the other ones were just showing it, riding pretty much the same track that Fred's riding. But we have to keep an eye on it. We're getting into that deal again, Steve.
Yep, the busy time of year coming on, right?
Oh yeah. I got a feeling we're going to be in some pretty good rain for the next couple of days off of this Fred thing. So, but those folks out in KC out there, that looked pretty bad out there. But it's going right around Topeka right now. But it looked pretty bad over there by KC. I know what I could see earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody's around Southern Illinois down towards Memphis, it looked pretty good rain. It didn't look like it was severe, but it looked like pretty good rain down through that area too. I know. Did you mention something about Memphis earlier?
Yeah, they've got some flash flood issues there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked pretty good down through there. So, but I'm just waiting here at Wally World, not the theme park, but the grocery store to get in for mine next day. So, y'all have a good one, and thank you very much, bud.
Now, I guess all the fans of surfing will be headed out to the beaches as the seas are going to begin to build. Let's see, the tropical storm watch there for southern Florida. Seas are going to be building to 7 to 10 feet in the Florida Straits. And Fred is expected to slowly intensify back to tropical storm strength today as it approaches the eastern straits of Florida. Fred will move northwest into the distant eastern straits Friday night, pass through the Keys, the island chain, and the nearshore waters on Saturday, then exit the offshore Gulf waters Saturday evening. So, yeah, they've got the tropical storm watches in place. Yeah, for like Marathon, Key Colony Beach, Layton, bunch of other areas. With that, looking at 19 past the hour, I want to jump in, have at it here on a Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some of these numbers, it really does begin to get concerning. Paying more from the Daily Wire this past day. Inflation for businesses reached a year-over-year rate of 7.8% in July, the highest level ever recorded. Thursday morning, the Bureau of Labor Statistics showed that the Producer Price Index, which tracks changes in input prices for businesses and other domestic producers, increased by a full 1% during the month of July alone. Nearly 3/4 of the July increase in the final demand index can be traced to a 1.1% advance in prices for final demand services. They break down a whole bunch of other numbers. The rise in transportation expenses matches the newest data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, which was released on Wednesday. Over the past year, prices for used vehicles have increased by 41.7%. Man, oh man, paying a whole lot more for used vehicles these days. How about that? Big numbers. All right, let me get back to the calls here, and I think Eagle checking back in. Go ahead. Take 2, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to talk about something else, Steve, tonight, on the Chinese situation. The Chinese virus, or whatever you want to call it. You know something, Steve. I was looking at the video tonight before you came on the air, and I'm gonna let American people know how lucky they are to live in the United States at this point. I'm gonna tell you how they handle the situation in China when you turn up positive for the coronavirus, and see how you like this. In China, if an individual right now, Steve, they're having an outbreak of the Delta virus in China right now, and they're testing all the people in Wuhan and all the people in China. And guess what happens to you if you're found to have the deadly Delta virus? They lock you inside your apartment. They chain up the front door of your apartment. See, you can't. It's kind of hard to infect somebody else when you chained up in your apartment. And that's if you're lucky. That's if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, they might do something else to you. And I think you know what I'm talking about. So like I said, Steve, this virus here, and I'm talking about the Chinese president. Maybe I missed the news conference that he had. I think I told you this before. Maybe I missed the news conference from the president of China, but have you ever heard the Chinese government say that they were sorry for this virus coming out of their country and infecting the whole world. Maybe I missed it, but I don't think I've ever heard that guy say he feels bad about what's going on in the world right now.
Eagle, what China tries to say, Eagles, they're trying to blame it on the United States. And China's president actually says that we, the United States, developed this and unleashed it on them. That's what they're trying to say.
No, this guy, like I say, the Chinese government is nothing but a bunch of liars. Like I said, Donald Trump was trying to get away from these people. We should no longer do business with China. No product should be sold in the United States that has the Chinese logo on it, Steve. These people, what they have done, like I said, it's the declaration of war as far as I'm concerned. What the Chinese people have released this virus. This virus came out of a laboratory in Wuhan. Ain't no virus came out of no United States of America. I promise you that. And like I said, Dr. Doom, he knows exactly what's going on. They had the nerve to say, Joe Biden had the nerve to say today, Steve, that he wants to get down to the bottom of where this virus come from. Like he doesn't know. Like he really doesn't know where the virus come from. He says he want to find out where this thing originated at. Yeah, so like I say, Joe Biden can't be that stupid. He knows where the virus originated at, and it came straight out of Wuhan, China, and it's going to infect the whole world. And like I said, Steve, we're in a bad situation right now because the virus is mutating, and you said last night that it might get weaker as it mutates into other forms, but we'll see how that turns out. But as of right now, it looks like this new Delta virus, it may not be more deadly. We don't know the stats right now because it's early in the deal getting to the U.S. But we definitely know that it's more contagious. Ain't no doubt about that. It's definitely more contagious than the coronavirus. So we'll see what the death toll is from this deal. But we got a real bad deal going on in the USA, Steve, and it's really, really sad what's happening. And one other quick note before I want to say this thing about Chicago one more time, because the mayor of Chicago, the ugliest woman in politics. That's right, Lori Lightfoot. She had the nerve to say that she didn't like the fact that the police turned their back on her. Well, I got bad news for her. They should have done it a long time ago, Steve. Lori Lightfoot, she's a very lucky person. That's all I can tell you, because if I was in charge of the government in Chicago or Illinois, she'd have been gone a long time ago. She would have been on a one-way trip straight out of town a long time ago, because what she has done to Chicago. I go to Chicago once a week, and that's the reason why I know so much about this place. And she has totally ran that city into the ground. And if they're not smart enough to vote that woman out of office come next election, then I guess they get what they deserve. But it's really a sad situation in Chicago, Steve. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you again. Once again, Eagle, have a good morning. Have a good weekend. Let me see here. Pat Buchanan. We all remember Pat Buchanan, right? Speaking out about Afghanistan. How many U.S. generals knew what was going on but declined to risk their careers by telling Congress or the country that the Afghan army and regime that we had stood up would likely collapse like a house of cards once the Americans departed and they had to face the Taliban alone? Of course, President Biden announced all U.S. troops will be out of Afghanistan by September 11, the 20th anniversary. Given the turn of events of the past week, the 20th anniversary may be celebrated by a triumphant Taliban, now on the cusp of victory over the Americans and their Afghan allies, with gruesome public executions of their surrendered and captured enemies. September 11 of 21 could see U.S. Marines and diplomats fleeing Kabul to escape the retribution of the Taliban that we ousted in 2001. Consider from Friday a week ago to this past day, the Taliban have overrun 10 of Afghanistan's 34 provincial capitals. Mazar-e-Sharif in the north is now surrounded. Kandahar and Herat, second and third largest cities, are under siege. The Kandahar to Kabul road has been cut. The defense minister escaped assassination in the capital. The government's media director did not. The Taliban now control half of the 400 regions of Afghanistan and 2/3 of its territory. Now, some Afghan soldiers have fought bravely. Others have retreated to their bases, surrendered, or fled into neighboring countries such as Iran, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Pakistan. An entire Afghan Army Corps with its U.S. weapons, equipment, and vehicles surrendered in Kunduz city. U.S. military said the fall of Kabul could come within 90 days. Some saying the regime could fall to the Taliban within 30 days. Senator Chris Murphy summarized the situation like this: the complete, utter failure of the Afghan National Army, absent our hand-holding to defend their country, is a blistering indictment of a failed 20-year strategy predicated on the belief that billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars could create an effective Democrat central government in a nation that has never had one. The reality of that grim assessment raises many questions. Who is responsible for the colossal U.S. failure in Afghanistan? Who's responsible for America's impending defeat in its longest war? Over the last 20 years, we lost 2,500 troops, 20,000 wounded. We invested $1 trillion to create an Afghan army, only to see that army crumble and disintegrate as soon as we departed. Wednesday, Biden conceded the truth. Look, we spent over $1 trillion over 20 years. We trained, we equipped over 300,000 Afghan forces. Afghan leaders have to come together. They've got to fight for themselves. We are facing in Afghanistan a wipeout of the investment of a generation to convert Afghanistan into a democracy with the ability to hold the allegiance of its people and defend itself. He says, why did we fail? Again, how many generals knew what was going on but declined to risk their career by telling Congress that the Afghan regime would crumble like a house of cards? All right, with that, we get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The military says about 3,000 troops are being sent to Afghanistan, but it's not a deployment to fight the Taliban. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby says they're only being sent to help State Department workers and U.S. supporters out of Kabul safely.
A very temporary mission for a very specific purpose. That's a big difference than saying you're deploying for 8, 9, 12 months, forces to stabilize and secure Afghanistan, which we've been doing for the last 20 years. This is a very narrowly defined, very temporary mission.
The Taliban has been taking control of much of Afghanistan, including the provincial capital of Kandahar, as U.S. and NATO allies withdraw. Tropical Storm Fred has now prompted a storm watch for the Florida Keys. It's now a tropical depression. The storm is expected to drench Cuba and the Bahamas. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Other news out of the state of Texas there, the Democrats have fled the Capitol there and ran off to Washington, D.C. to hide out so they didn't have to do their job, right? Dereliction of duty. Now, as they finally began to return to the state, it was inevitable that eventually they would have to come back and do their damn job. So really it was just an ongoing stall tactic, looking for attention and trying to highlight that all these Republican-governed states are trying to shove Jim Crow 2.0 down our throats, right? There was one Texas state senator that spoke for 15 hours, and essentially tried to do like a filibuster kind of thing. Finally ran out of juice Thursday morning. And the measure passed minutes later as she wearily left the floor. She started speaking shortly after 6 o'clock Wednesday evening, even though she acknowledged this would not block the legislation. She was required to remain standing and speaking. She was prohibited from taking bathroom breaks and wore running shoes on the Senate floor, just as former Texas legislator Wendy Davis did in 2013 when she filibustered an anti-abortion bill there. What's wrong with drive-through voting during a pandemic? What's wrong with 24-hour voting? Why can't we have expanded voting hours for the people who have to work? Where's all the so-called fraud, she says? Where does it end? She hugged her Democrat colleagues and after finally putting down the microphone, minutes later, the bill passed 18-11 in the Senate. Although it's once again stalled since Democrats continue to stay away from the State House in a standoff that's now entered a 32nd day. All right, this is just craziness. But with that, let's get back to the calls here, see what's going on with heat wave from where? Smoky Northern California this morning.
Morning. Good morning, senor.
Morning. What's going on?
Yeah. Good Lord. I don't know. I'm blowing out smoke rings, and I haven't even smoked a cigar or a pipe or a cigarette ever. Really? It has been bad ever since Ontario, Oregon, going up toward Dead Man's Pass and coming down to Pendleton, Boardman, into Portland, and then dropping down here. I mean, it is nothing but smoke. And it's a bit warm out here, too, so you got that going for you. Oh, it is so refreshing to hear San Francisco and New York are both wanting you to prove that you have your shot. Never mind the needles and the crap in the streets, regular feces. That's something totally different. Well, we can't have hepatitis. Hepatitis we can cure, but we can't have this virus. It's going to be with us from now until perdition. When you weaponize something like that, it makes you say, you know what, we need to go ahead and ban all of these damn chemical and biological warfare agents. Should be banned already. But there's going to be some rogue regimes like North Korea, Iran rather, that are going to do this on the side. Russia going to do it on the side. China, well, they probably killed everybody from that lab. Now they got new lab rats in there, so to speak. So I'm sure they're continuing with their ongoing progression of this damn thing. And I'm not belittling anybody who thinks this virus is the real McCoy, it's the real deal, and it's nothing to, make fun of or be, think less of. I agree. It is contagious. I agree. A lot of people have died.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not anything near this Delta variant. What Bongino said, they had a study that said 0.08% of people who had contracted this virus has died. You know, that is minuscule. You know, and then, you know, making it sound like we, the Americans who are unvaccinated, are bringing this upon us. That head jackass in the White House, I mean, if he doesn't know that allowing these people to come in from an open border and just basically giving them the pass to come on in, and then, you know, putting them in places that are, you know, red-held Republican areas, and then seeing the increase in the virus. Well, really, all them Democrats need to be impeached because they are violating their sworn duty to uphold the Constitution and to uphold the security of its country. You just run out of things to say because I think we're preaching to the choir, and we're not hearing any dissent from the other side. And you know, I don't know what else to say about that. Chicago, well, you know, they said they had confiscated 7,500 weapons since the beginning of the year. Well, that's nice. You know, and I'm sure that if the police had, you know, the shackles taken off of them, I mean, they could really be doing a lot of damn good over there. You know, but you got to have these lawyers that are going to be, you know, the protectors of, quote, the victims, unquote, of, you know, police brutality. They didn't do nothing. They were just shooting people up because, you know, they were protecting themselves or they were scared. I call BS on that. And did you hear that the mother of those two boys, young men, that were arrested, and I guess one was shot, she went to the hospital to see her sons, and she raised a big stink over there, and she started screaming, hollering, and, you know, yelling, "Don't believe anything you hear from the police." Well, you know, if you have it on video, that's kind of hard to, you know, argue against. I mean, it's not like these police officers were lying face down; they were lying on their back, and the video camera caught everything.
Mm-hmm.
So she was arrested for being a nuisance. They wanted to charge her with felonies because she kicked one of the hospital security in the groin, you know, and they just said, well, we'll make that a high misdemeanor. No, you know, it's the mentality of the people that think they can get away with anything. And this is what we're doing. Like I said in Oregon yesterday, you know, I said, well, they said it was for the betterment of the Black and Hispanic cultures because obviously you can't teach them how to read. Well, that's similar to what the attitude was back in the 1800s with slavery. The Democrats of the South said, you know, these people are no more than animals. They can't read. Well, they were proven wrong, but I mean, if they said they could read, well, then it would prove them to be human. Now, what are we supposed to do with these kids 20 years from now when they got kids of their own? You know, are they going to grow up and complain because their education wasn't as good as, you know, what they had in the past before when they had to prove proficiency? I mean, my goodness. How damn dumb are the educated out here that pass these screwy damn laws?
Right.
And then I hear in Georgia, you know, they're segregating.
Yes.
The kids.
Yep.
Well, what the hell did the people in the 50s and 60s fight for, and even in the 70s, to have better education? They wanted to desegregate. They wanted to combine. You know, we pay enough in taxes to support these schools to give these kids the best education possible. Now, it's up to the kid and the parents to make sure that the kid studies. And if he don't study, then I sure hope you enjoy digging ditches for the rest of your life, because if you ain't got the common sense to pull your butt out of a hole and make something of yourself, stay with the dregs of society. Just don't expect me to give you a damn handout. You are who you are and how you make yourself out to be. If you have no more initiative to make yourself better, then stay away from me. I don't want you around me. And I'd heard one of D. Ranger's friends was talking about coming soon. Property is not going to be owned by the individual. It's going to be owned by the state, or the Fed, rather, where homeless people can come up and just come on in and make themselves at home in the place that you live in. And I thought, they're already doing that now. It's worse than having squatters. These people think they're entitled to the fruits of your labor. They're going to raid the fridge. They're going to raid the medicine cabinet. They're going to look into your bank account. They're going to, whatever you have is going to be theirs. It's like Dr. Zhivago. I don't know. I know it's an old movie, and some folks probably haven't seen it. But, it was right there during the Russian Revolution that those who had the big houses were forced to choose one room, and that was their room. The rest of the house, a mansion or whatever you want to call it, was given to the people. I don't know. I really dread what's coming up in the future, but I certainly hope that Lindell's case is, since I guess the machine manufacturers, voting machine people, whatever the hell they're called again.
Dominion, yeah.
Or Dominion, yeah. So since they are going to be pushing these lawsuits and they are going to go through, like you said, I hope to hell that there's somebody out there with common damn sense that can see this, and I guess no one has come up to disprove Lindell's stuff. So, and I'm sure he gave him every ample chance to get up there and do it. Yep. But he must have had an airtight case. So I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out. Plus, you got Arizona. Well, I haven't heard more about Arizona. I haven't heard more about Georgia. Haven't heard anything about Pennsylvania or Michigan or I haven't heard anything more on those. Did they just get buried? The Hunter Biden?
I know there were representatives from I don't know how many different states, but there were representatives there that were asking the questions about how to proceed with a forensic audit of their election systems in their states. What would the cost of an audit be? Apparently, the cost is pretty expensive. I think the way it breaks down, it's almost, I think they said it was like $7 per vote is what it breaks down when the cost of a full forensic audit. So it's, if you got 5 million voters, 5 million times 7, it's a lot of millions. All right, hey, we got a quick time out here. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we head down the home stretch for another hour here. Got a full hour yet to go, though. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Let me see. Who we got on the line? The call screener did not catch the name there.
Would that be Flash?
That would be Flash. Okay, I think that's 2 nights
it
in a
would
row,
be.
Flash.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to get that number programmed in here. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday.
Thank you, Flash. Good to have you with us.
Hey, thank you. Hey, just a couple quick comments about a couple things. One, I heard one of the popular callers that called in earlier tonight. He was talking about the mask and how they don't work. Well, he's right in what he's saying about that. What the mask does do is if you sneeze or cough, it's going to reduce that length of level that whatever you have may spread to somebody. And I'm sure he knows that, but I just wanted to put that out there. And the other comment I got is about this COVID and the Delta and the TWA and whatever's next. I may be a little backwards on this thing. For me, I'm very confused about all this because I still see this as nothing but a great big political scandal that was drummed up. And I don't think we'll ever know the truth behind that, because if it's ever proven that China, in fact, was involved with what this would be called would be biowarfare, then that would be an act of war. And I don't think anybody wants that, especially this administration.
Correct.
So,
Yep.
But I don't understand how, we got the COVID-19, you got the Delta, and, whatever happened to the H1N1? That was on average 56,000 Americans died every year, and as high as in the 70s, and sometimes lower. But you know what? We heard those numbers if you read them, but we never seen stories like we're seeing now, and these people died on their deathbeds. There's just more publicity to it, which raises the suspicion level for me as to what do you believe. And fact was also with this COVID, I've been around people who were confirmed COVID by test, either at work or in my personal life, and nothing ever happened to me. So, and I know that goes back to the fact is that what is it, like a 2% or maybe even less than that will react severely to the illness, the pandemic or whatever, the virus. So, I'm not buying any of it. I don't believe everything that the government is putting out there on the market because, our government is at war with within itself. And I'm talking about the Republicans and the Democrats. You could clearly see it. And just like the Republican Party, when President Trump was in there, they just imploded themselves because there was so much backstabbing going on and this and that. You don't know what to believe in this country anymore. I don't know what's to come from all this, but for me, I'm not interested in anything they got because I'm not convinced that all these things actually exist. And if they do exist, then why haven't we taken action against China for what they've done? Unless it's just because of what I said, nobody's going to reveal that because that would be an act of war, and that would just scare everybody to death. You talk about things like that. I've had people in my group, and they just shy away from it. Well, the truth is the truth, and that's the way it is. But hey, I'll move on. I just want to give a special mention to Fly Rod. Fly Rod, I'm on the duo Pluto talking as we speak. And also want to give a shout out, Steve, if I can, trying to drum up some new fans. Chucker Trucker, I think he's listening from way up north, and he downloaded your app tonight on his phone. So I've encouraged him to get involved and listen, see if it's something for him to do. And then, of course, with me calling in and talking on the air, because I don't like to, not one of the pros that's on here. But hey, No Handle Joe, if I could get on here and do it, you can do it. So
yeah, everybody talking about No Handle Joe. Thank you, Flash. Have a good morning. We got to get to our news break. Yeah, the H1N1, that was, what was that, back in 2009, 2010? They did indeed come up with the vaccine for that. And I believe, whatever particular strains of the seasonal flu that are going around on any given year, I think the H1N1 is a part of that vaccine annually now. So that, that's been, H1N1's been included. Sometimes they have, 3 different strains of the flu in the vaccine. Sometimes it's 4. And they're working now on trying to combine the COVID vaccination with the traditional flu vaccine. I don't know how mixing those all up together. Obviously, they've got to do some big-time testing on that. But they're working on it. But H1N1, that was the swine flu. Been around a long time. And it was, that was the one that was going to kill us all. But again, for those who take the annual flu shot, all getting vaccinated every time against the H1N1. Final hour ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The military says about 3,000 troops are being sent to Afghanistan, but it's not a deployment to fight the Taliban. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby says they're only being sent to help State Department workers and U.S. supporters out of Kabul safely.
A very temporary mission for a very specific purpose. That's a big difference than saying you're deploying for 8, 9, 12 months, forces to stabilize and secure Afghanistan, which we've been doing for the last 20 years. This is a very narrowly defined, very temporary mission.
The Taliban has been taking control of much of Afghanistan, including the provincial capital of Kandahar, as U.S. and NATO allies withdraw. Tropical Storm Fred has now prompted a storm watch for the Florida Keys. It's now a tropical depression. The storm is expected to drench Cuba and the Bahamas. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Hey friends, it's John and Chelsea Jubilee, and here's my beautiful wife, Chelsea.
Hi women, I have a message just for you today. Every single day we have women that come to us in pain. Not physically, even though yes, that is too, but in pain from suffering of hopelessness because they have tried every single thing to lose weight and they can't.
And they can't year after year after year, and they give up. They give up hope. They're desperate. They're in a dark place. But we have a light of truth Science is the search for the truth that is known. In our breakthrough science of intercellular hydration, ladies, you will lose 15 to 20 pounds of solid fat every 4 weeks. Go log on to our website, look at the testimonials of real women just like you who were hopeless, but this changed their life.
Check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
White House Coronavirus Response Coordinator Jeff Zients says they're seeing progress in vaccinations, especially in states that have the highest number of COVID cases.
In the past month, we've nearly tripled the average number of shots each day in Arkansas and quadrupled in Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi.
Zients also had praise for private employers, colleges, and hospital systems that are putting vaccine mandates in place. Information on the 2020 census has now been released. It shows that the United States has become more diverse and more urban over the past decade. The Census Bureau reports the white population has dropped for the first time on record. California Hispanics have become the largest racial or ethnic group, growing to 39.4% of the state's population. But nationwide, Caucasians still remain the most prevalent group in the country. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
Due to rising crime rates, over 100,000 new police officers will be hired across the country. USA's Tim Berg reports.
A Republican amendment to the budget resolution Democrats pushed through the Senate this week got almost unanimous support. Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois was all in after noting the amendment's not much different than the program passed back in 1994 with the help of then-Senator Joe Biden.
Since its creation, the COPS program, listen to this, has helped over 13,000 local police departments hire over 134,000 officers. We believe in it on the Democratic side. We're glad you've come around.
Republican Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri's amendment would provide grants for local law enforcement agencies to hire 100,000 officers. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
In most parts of the West, there's too much smoke to see the brilliant light show in the sky. It's that time of year. The Perseid meteor showers are lighting up the night sky with shooting stars. USA Radio's John Clemens reports.
Brian Thompson is with AccuWeather.
As we get to the peak here, we could be looking at 60 to as many as 100 meteors per hour. For a brief period of time. Won't be like that all the time. And the best way to view these, obviously, is to get as far away from city lights as possible. That's how you can kind of maximize your potential for seeing more meteors.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pacific Northwest, you've been dealing with yet another brutal heat wave this week. You got a couple days left. Today, Saturday. Looks like the excessive heat warnings will be expiring, I think, 7 o'clock in the evening local time Saturday. Excessive heat warning for Portland runs through 10 o'clock in the evening Pacific time Saturday. They hit 102 Wednesday. Running a good 15 to 25 degrees above average. And it's very dry out west as well. Yeah, they're not talking all-time record high temperatures like they saw back with the June heat wave. But again, it's downright hot. Yesterday, Bellingham, Washington topped out at 100 degrees. I think that's the first time they've seen that mark. Elsewhere in Washington State, Olympia tied their daily record of 96 degrees. Hokum set a daily record of 88 degrees yesterday. Eugene, Oregon, meanwhile, set a daily high record of 103 on Thursday. Old record for that date was 102. As of last evening, the official reporting station in Portland recorded their 68th day this year with a high temperature 80 or above. After the city hit 101 yesterday. Yeah, for the entirety of last year, they had 63 days with highs of 80 or warmer. And there's plenty more days ahead where they could break that 80-degree mark. All right, anything else? Yeah, the smoky conditions, the hazy conditions, air quality issues, reduced visibility, colorful sunsets, stretching from Portland to L.A. to Denver, all the way, the entire region out west. As Heatwave said, checking in a few minutes ago from smoky Northern California. All right, as we get our final hour underway, it is 844-844-3388. I know Sturgis has been going on all week, right? I'm assuming it wraps up this weekend. Is that correct? South Dakota's governor, Kristi Noem, touting the ongoing Sturgis rally in her state, calling it an act of freedom and independent spirit. Made her comments in a column this past day. Sturgis is one of the biggest gatherings for motorcycle enthusiasts in the world, she says. While the rally has always promoted an independent spirit, these past 2 years have taken on a new meaning of freedom. Sturgis is about hopping on your bike, exploring this great country through our open roads. Bikers come here because they want to be here, and we love to see them. Outside of the 4th of July, the Sturgis Rally must be one of the most iconic celebrations of freedom in the country. What better place to celebrate than South Dakota, the freest state in the nation, as she called it. Now, despite the pandemic, they're on pace to well surpass attendance from 2020. But she said the rights of individuals are what birthed this nation, and that independent spirit is what drove America to become the leader of not just the free world, but the whole world. We currently have some of the lowest COVID case numbers in the country, she said. We've worked hard with counselors to provide services for substance abusers and leading the nation in decreasing the number of deaths by overdose by nearly 16%. So I don't know, are they going to be highlighting Sturgis in the coming days as a super spreader event, right? Associated Press said last week, organizers expect when all is said and done, 700,000 people will have attended Sturgis this year. And yeah, it's scheduled to end on Sunday. So final weekend, I guess, Friday, Saturday, going to be the 2 big days there in Sturgis. And I've seen a lot of the videos and whatnot, people sharing, big crowds on hand. All right, back to the phones we go. Is this Eric?
Yes, it is, Steve. Good morning.
Morning.
Steve, I want to iterate on something. I didn't catch all of what Steve, your one caller, said about going to the hospital or something. Could you kind of give me what he was talking about? Was he being, like, Gestapo stopped at the beginning of going into the establishment?
I think it was
some young person.
Somebody, like standing there at the door, jumping all over his case to put on his mask.
Steve, the job that I do, I've been doing this for over 26 years, and the company I work for, we pick up medical waste, through different establishments, hospitals, doctor's office, you name it, we do it. And, Steve is so dead spot on. They got these punk little kids that are sitting there, they're on their iPad, they're on their phone, they're getting paid probably $15 an hour to stay in there and be, like the little Gestapos, and telling people, you got to do this, you got to do that. And, it's just so aggravating because I see it on a daily basis. And, and with this deal with the mandating of the vaccine in these hospitals and other establishments, these people, the general public, don't realize, one, these hospitals out here, and some people may adorate and disagree with me, but there's so many of these hospitals out here that are already shorthanded as it is because of the people, with the unemployment and all that garbage, that they're so shorthanded. And then you got these hospitals pushing the mandating of the vaccine on people that, they don't want it, and then, with all the across the nation of seeing, the protests and stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, being in this profession I've been in, I'm thinking to myself, that's right, Mr. and Mrs. Hospital or healthcare provider. You just keep on pushing these people and they're going to walk out on you. Then who are you going to have to run your facilities when well over half of your staff has walked out to stand up for their rights of individuality? What says you?
Did you see the number of participants at, I believe it was St. Elizabeth over there in Kentucky earlier this week? The healthcare workers that were protesting the mandate of the vaccine. It wasn't just a dozen or 2 dozen. There were hundreds of people lining both sides of the street there in front of that hospital.
Yes, indeed. And see, I live up in Dayton there, and I'm not gonna hide that, Premier Health Partners and Kettering Health Network up here, they're trying to strong arm their employees, and I feel that this should show these people that, like everybody says, last year's heroes. To me, it was last year's heroes, this year's zeros. Because they mean nothing. These people mean nothing to them as long as these hospitals are getting their pockets lined with some type of green. And to push these mandates, all this is doing is just telling these people how much more these hospitals really cared when they too were in knee deep in this stuff, and they didn't have the proper PPE and things of that nature. I mean, it was all right then, but now it's not, and these people are waking up in these establishments. But yes, and that lady was on the kind of started the rally over there at St. Elizabeth, and God love her. I mean, she's taken a stand, and a lot of her colleagues and friends and family and just people in general. I mean, it's a very awesome thing, and I'm telling you, these hospitals are, like Big Moose says, I think this is our last lap around the bowl. I think it's going to get worse because these people got like certain deadlines of October and stuff like that, and they're not going to stand for it.
And I don't know how many of those, and I actually shared the photograph from Channel 5 the other day where they had the long view shot of the how many of those are actual healthcare workers? I'm kind of curious that were protesting. Obviously, it's some of the workers and their families and whatnot, but
yes,
yes. It's kind of. I know, as I've said a million times, we know this thing is real, but many people are skeptical about the vaccine because we don't know the long-term ramifications. I think unequivocally we can say right now at this moment, thousands of people who have been vaccinated that are getting infected are not getting severe symptoms. But Those who maybe don't want it aren't aware of what may come of them years down the line. Don't people still have the right to choose that? And it's concerning to me when you got that many healthcare workers that are educated in this stuff. They're hesitant to do it.
Can I add something to that before I get off here?
Yeah, sure.
You know, what gets me is last year, you know, you had these rhinos and these other governors and stuff of both parties, not saying it wasn't true about the hospitals being overloaded with the ICU cases. Trust me, I'm not denying that. But the field that I work in, I pick up medical waste. Been doing it for 26 years, just to let you know what I do. But our hospital waste went down. I mean, severely down. But our nursing facilities went through the roof. So that's telling me, you know, just kind of like the Cuomo deal, you know, but I just don't like the way these people are sitting there saying all these hospitals are so overflowing. And it's like, but it's not true. It's true to a degree, but you can see it from a profession I do, that the waste was like way down. But your nursing homes, they were off the chain. And with that, Steve, I'll have to let you go. And you have a great weekend and happy anniversary to you and your wife, buddy.
Thank you. Thanks for being a participant. Yep, 22 past the hour. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020. Do
you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, it doesn't surprise me at all. Not one bit. Because we've been watching this transformation of America with many, more and more and more embracing socialism. Or even communism. But the latest numbers, the latest poll released this past day, finds a majority of Democrat voters say they prefer socialism to capitalism. A poll conducted from August 7th through August the 10th, just last week. 59% of registered Democratic voters say they have a positive view of socialism. Just 49% have a positive view about capitalism. That's a significant change in Democrat respondents in just 1 year's time. February of last year, the same question was asked, at which point 50% of Democrats said they have a favorable view of capitalism. It was just 40% that had a favorable view of socialism. In 1 year's time, we go from 40 to 59% of Democrats embracing socialism. The new poll reported 44% of Democrats had an unfavorable view of capitalism. Just 31% had a negative view of socialism. Now, Republicans, 67% say they view capitalism favorably. 8% actually had a favorable view of socialism. I don't really know how you could be a Republican and view socialism favorably. That makes me want to scratch my head. And there is a trend toward socialism among Democrats. So says self-described Democratic socialist Bernie Sanders. He and others have had a growing influence on Democratic politics. Bernie's been leading the charge on this $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill, right on the heels of the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, which, as far as the $1.2 trillion, Marsha Blackburn said the other day, this is the gateway to socialism. It's not enough about infrastructure. It's way too expensive. It's the down payment on the Green New Deal. But yeah, not surprising. Are you surprised that Democrats are embracing socialism? Let's go right down Venezuela's path. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Hey, don't shock me one bit. I mean, they've let all them damn crazy people up here. They run it from socialism, and now they want it in our country. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, we got fixed up, and we're rolling again. But we had us some excitement back there this morning on that route. When I hung up on you abruptly a while ago, I thought the service truck had pulled up behind me, right?
Yeah.
And so I jumped out the truck, and I hear somebody rattling chains. I said, hell, I think they're trying to break in my truck. So I reached back up there and got my hog leg out, went around the other side of the truck and easing down the trailer. This woman was sitting there relieving herself. About the time I got where she could see me and I could see her, she jumps up, started running toward the hub. There's a man back there. There's a man. There's a man. There's a man. Well, he throwed everything down, come running around there where I was at. And he said, what the hell's going on? I said, well, I'm not going to ask you the same question. And he said, when I was towing this old car, said the car was about to come off the trailer, so I chaining it down. I said, well, I thought you'd breaking in my trailer. I got a blowed out tire waiting on the tire man. Says, your poor old wife, I scared her to half damn to death. And he said, well, yeah, but it's all okay. So anyway, that was my assignment.
Wow.
13.
Okay.
Yeah, I tell you, it was a trip, Steve. But Steve, I find it hard to believe that a true Republican, what you say, 7% wants socialism in this country.
8% view of Republicans view socialism in a positive manner. I don't get that.
I don't understand it one bit. I mean, it's got me baffled. Before I had to hang up, I'm going to bring up one other thing about this deal over yonder in Afghanistan. Steve, this thing should have been over with we done bombed them into oblivion. They were screaming and hollering that we were going to bomb them back into the 19th century. We were turning that place into a gravel parking lot. And old George W., he jumps up. Well, we're going to go take on Iraq. Pulled out of a battle that we're winning, got them rocked back on their heels, and jumps on Saddam Hussein. And Steve, I ain't never figured that out. Because Saddam Hussein was killing them ISIL people, the ISIS people, them his people, wholesale. I mean, he just wasn't going to have it. But I don't know what the reasoning was, why Bush. I mean, I heard him say the reason he done it was because Saddam Hussein took a $2 million hit out on his daddy. But, you know, you looked at all the Americans that paid the ultimate sacrifice on that deal. But, yeah, I don't understand why he would quit a war that we were winning and go and take on another war and really get it upset over there. It's just mind-boggling. Can you figure it out?
I cannot figure it out. All I know is, maybe we should have learned a lesson after Russia spent 20 years in there fighting the same fight we've been fighting for the last 20 years.
That's right. But Russia, you know, they fought it a little bit different than we did. They didn't have no rules and engagement. They fought dirty as hell and still got their butt beat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they and I reckon, well, I mean, America, did you ever see the movie Charlie Wilson's War?
Yes, I did.
But that explains right there what happened to Russia. You know, we started supplying the rebels with them missiles to shoot them helicopters and everything down, and boom, yeah. And then what they do to turn around on us. But I would agree with Chevy Guy, you know, we should have got bin Laden right off the get-go, done what we had to do, and got the hell out from over there. I mean, you know, it's just mind-boggling what's going on. But, hey, one other thing if I jump out of here, because I know there's other people want to jump in before we get over the hour. Did you look up those listening deals on that FMSCA listening session and the other two locations that we're going to have it at and when?
I did not look that up. I apologize.
You're falling out on the job, General.
I try to pull it up here during our news break. How about that?
Hey, that'll work. Well, look here. You enjoy that Skullbuster weekend, and we'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right. You do the same. Thank you, Monkey Gouger. A little excitement, scaring the pee out of somebody, right? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In Afghanistan, the U.S. Embassy there is urging Americans to leave as soon as possible now that the Taliban has taken control of the city of Kandahar. They predict the city of Kabul will be next. State Department spokesman Ned Price.
We are always evaluating the situation on the ground. We are planning for all contingencies. This was a contingency, in fact, that we had planned for.
3,000 U.S. troops are heading back to Afghanistan to help Americans and allies get out of the city and to secure their airport. Tropical Depression Fred is expected to gain strength back to a tropical storm by Saturday. The National Hurricane Center said there's only a slight chance it could make it to a Category 1 hurricane. They said they expect the storm to move onto the Florida Panhandle by Sunday night. The biggest impacts are expected to be flooding and poor beach conditions. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, there you go. Thank you very much. All right, got a Friday underway officially. Yes, indeed. Hope you've had a great week. Looking forward to the weekend. Get back to the calls here. What's going on this morning, pup?
Oh, not much. How you doing, Steve?
Happy Friday.
I guess you've been asked that already.
Couple times.
Yeah. Hey, since you haven't heard this all week, I'll ask you. Hey, bud, how's your hammer hanging?
Thanks for asking.
No, but that's a great. You guys have made it last that long. So if Lisa would have played her cards right when you asked her that question at the beginning of the show, she would have said, "Due to inflation, I need a bigger diamond."
Yeah.
But hey, talk about inflation. I always usually get this 40-pound box of boneless, skinless chicken breast, and then we vacuum pack it up, put it in the freezer, what have you. Usually costs me right at, I don't know, $38, $40. I called Billy up. I said, hey, I need another box of them. Go down there, pick that up. And I seen that price on there. I said, who the hell you think that I'm being? It doubled in price. It was like $83 now. I said, what happened to my family-friendly discount? He goes, that is your discount. He says, everybody else is paying $95. So that meat it's going to go up even higher. Price of grain's going up.
Yep.
Everything
Yep.
else. But, I had that story for you there on the inflation. That's about all I had for you, to tell you happy anniversary and all that business.
Yep. All right.
Well, you have a good weekend.
Going to have to make a bigger grocery budget.
I have to work a Saturday, maybe. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's what I was going to tell you. You're going to have to work a Saturday because I don't think this is Friday. I haven't heard a Dumbass of the Week award yet.
I haven't got my nominees from Brain Dead for a couple weeks now.
Oh, my gosh.
Not sure if something's going on with him. Hope everything's okay with Brain Dead.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. I kind of enjoy it, especially the man from Florida.
Yep. There's always a Florida man in the DA nominees every time. All right. Let's see. It is 844-844-3388. Looks like Buster is on the line. Hey there, Buster.
Hello, Steve. Happy weekend. Is it your anniversary?
It is.
What number?
38.
28?
38. I'm getting old,
38,
Buster.
38, yeah.
Getting old.
No, you're getting younger. You get younger as you get younger. We'll be 40 this year. October 10th, Julie surprised me and bought us 2 tickets to come up to Cincinnati for the Green Bay Packer game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And so, got to be a day trip. She is almost out of days off, so I said, all right, I'll be flying back in Knoxville on Friday from Bozeman. You know, they got nonstop flights down all the time at Nashville, Charlotte, and Atlanta directly to Bozeman. And then, so I'm going with another Buster Brown buddy of mine, and I'm going to show him Yellowstone, and we're going to go up to Glacier. It's going to be his picks. I'm just going to be the guide since I've been out there and worked out there, so it's going to be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, if I text you, I have done before on weekends, 844-844. That's kind of private, isn't it? If you look at, or do you look at more of your emails?
I look more at my emails. Yes, you are correct. I don't hardly check the streaming thing, the text on that anymore.
Okay, I'll give it my wife because all I got is Gmail on my cell phone. It's an analog, and I'm not big on this stuff. I'm just anyway. Last night I was finishing up my route. You know, we're kicking butt right now with all these college school books coming through their system. I mean, I've seen them for like 36 years. It just got worse and worse because they're smarter enough to know buy like that versus go to the bookstore.
Yeah.
But young lady got a big heavy box there. So I said, well, is this another part of your survival kit? Because she's got a little cabin south of Sweetwater. And but she mismentioned, and she started talking to me about the vaccines. And I said, well, officially, I've had the vaccine shot. I said, unofficially, I haven't. And she started smiling at me. I said, well, I've got, my buddy in Iowa who helped me out and all that jazz. But she was talking about what our trucking buddy said 2 weeks ago, that his wife got a relapse, and we found out it was because she has heavy amount of iron in her body. And she's going to send me a text on this today. I've not looked at it because I got off real late last night, but I'm going to have a text, and I'm going to get my wife to forward it to you on her email. But it's a biblical passage in the Bible. It talks about you do not mix iron with clay. And we are clay, and the iron is iron. But it's biblical. So I was late when I got back to work 2 days ago, and actually I've been telling my young ladies, plus anybody else, just try to help everybody out, that reduce your iron if you're going to take this shot. If you already took the shot and you got thick blood, you get off the iron, and because the proteins from the shots will interact and give the blood clotting. And I think that's why the women had problems with Johnson & Johnson, because I knew growing up in Newport, all the women were taking one a day vitamin iron. So, man, I tell you, something about that Bible and how things come out of it really kind of guides us of how we should live. But the government wants to just get in the mix.
Well, Buster, you have yourself a great weekend. Thank you so much for checking in. And, oh boy, so, yeah, Mike sent me a link here that college professor in California suspected in a series of arson fires, charged with setting a small blaze in a forest near Northern California's massive Dixie Fire. Gary Maynard, arrested last weekend following an investigation that started July the 20th, included a U.S. Forest Service agent placing a tracking device under his car after he had been stopped briefly by police on August 3rd. Maynard is charged with intentionally setting the ranch fire in Lassen County on Saturday. According to the criminal complaint, anyway, Maynard has denied setting the fire. Court papers say it wasn't immediately known if he has an attorney who can speak on his behalf. The Bee said Maynard taught briefly at Santa Clara University and Sonoma State University, where Gary Maynard was listed as a lecturer in criminal justice studies, specializing in criminal justice, cults, and deviant behavior. He's no longer with either school. The U.S. magistrate judge said the nature of the case suggested there may be mental health issues at play and ordered Maynard to remain in custody pending a hearing. Now, he first came to the attention of authorities on July the 20th after the Cascade Fire was reported on the western slopes of Mount Shasta. Forest Service investigator responded to the scene, found a man later identified as Maynard underneath a black Kia Soul that had its front wheel stuck in a ditch and its undercarriage centered on a boulder. Maynard denied knowing anything about the fire and was at points uncooperative and agitated. A second fire erupted the next day on Mount Shasta. Investigators found similar tire tracks to those made by the Kia. Now, they tracked his address to San Jose, where police said a resident called them in October of last year with concerns about their colleague. This concerned citizen told officers that Maynard had told her he was suffering from anxiety, depression, split personality. He wanted to kill himself. That concerned citizen said Maynard had moved out and was possibly living somewhere out of his vehicle. So they began tracking his movements, eventually obtained a warrant to place a tracking device on his car. They tracked his movements for hundreds of miles, including to the area where the ranch fire and the Conard fire erupted Saturday. It appears Maynard was in the midst of an arson-setting spree. Now, right now, he's only charged with setting the ranch fire. Maynard was arrested Saturday inside the emergency closure area forced by the month-old Dixie Fire. He entered the evacuation zone and began setting fires behind the first responders fighting the Dixie Fire. undoubtedly endangering the lives of those firefighters out there on the front lines. Okay, there you go, about 10 before the hour. We'll come back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Not a whole lot of time left here. Morning to Larry checking in on his way in for a Friday. Sylvester joining us this morning. He said, Steve, you need to change the name of your show to Radio Free America. That's not bad. Let's see. Morning to MOON. Have a great weekend. He wished me a happy anniversary. Great weekend. Thank you, Gary. Fred, of course, with us this morning. Real quick, as we're almost out of time, let's jump back to Horse Feathers. Had something to add in here. Yes, sir?
Hey, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back real quick. Hey, hearing about not to drag on this vaccination thing anymore, and we have to, but hearing about the New York, the San Francisco, all the medical staff, the teachers that are, required to have the vaccination, and then all these places, you're going to have to show your vaccine passport that we were told we weren't going to have. Just between you, me, and the fence post, when do you think that the FSYMCA is going to say you have to have a vaccination or proof of vaccination to get your medical card? Haven't heard that question yet, have we?
It could happen. Yeah.
So mark it down, October 13th, 2021, or not October. What am I thinking? Where am I at today? August 13th. Yeah, the heat's getting to me, Steve. The heat's just really getting to me. 5 days of this heat wave. August 13th, Steve's anniversary, 2021. Horse Feathers asked a question: when is it going to be required to get a medical card? That the vaccination, get the medical card. So I don't know, but anyways, with that, hey, happy anniversary to you and the princess. We'll worry about everything else later. Y'all have yourselves a fine weekend, and we'll catch you all next week. There.
All right, thank you, Horse Feathers. Till you do it again, right? Thanks for checking in there. Yeah, it's Knucklebuster. What kind of baloney you got?
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Happy anniversary to you and Mama Sommers there. 41 for Mama Knucklebuster and Mathiel there. Don't y'all be getting kinky tonight either now. So if you do there, make sure you pull up Alan Jackson's Nothing Left to Do now that we've done it on YouTube there and watch it. He sing better than I can anyway. So anyway, but when you get bored this weekend, look up the Rock Wall in Rockwall, Texas. They don't know whether it was prehistoric man, extraterrestrial, or just a natural phenomenon. And you watch the videos or you can read on it anyway. It's a massive rock wall. They think it may have been built by giants. You know, the Bible talks about giants in Genesis, so who knows? All right, that's all my baloney. Get this truck driving radio on down the road, and let's have a great weekend there. God bless to you, Mr. Summers.
All right, thank you much, Knucklebuster. Appreciate you checking in this morning. Steve was asking, what was the question? I think Huntsville. Do you know if Fred is going to have an impact on the Huntsville area Saturday evening? I'm planning on attending the Trump rally there. All right, quick search. I mean, I don't know that Fred's going to be a contributing factor, but yeah, the forecast is like, I guess this is the time of year where you have scattered thunderstorms on any day. The Huntsville 10-day forecast looks like mostly sunny today, a stray shower. Then Saturday it says scattered thunderstorms, like a 50-50 chance. So scattered thunderstorms about 89 for a high. And realistically, it's like Sunday, scattered thunderstorms. Monday, Tuesday, thunderstorms. Every day this time of year, I guess, you got a chance for scattered thunderstorms there. So I guess take the umbrella, because you might need an umbrella when you're waiting in line to get into the rally. You probably have to sacrifice the umbrella when you're checking, because they don't let you take that kind of stuff in to the arena usually these days. All right. Thank you so much for checking in with us here on a Friday. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for all the anniversary wishes from all of our listening friends out there. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you back Sunday night, Monday morning, if the good Lord wishes it to be. We'll be here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, 'cause I